the one crying about Roger because Roger has more clout than him on Clubhouse.
Well, what's crazy is, like, the big rooms on Clubhouse were before he even got on the app anyways. Like, I mean, like, these rooms have all been small. In fact, even when the rooms that he got that were, big for him, like, what, 100 people, 200 people on a really busy day, 300? I mean, shit, peak Clubhouse, like, 1,000, 1,500 people. And it wasn't just me, there was a lot of people. Like, I think he came on at a time when there was a lull and said some provocative things and people were interested in it. So, very interesting. It's very interesting, his position. Maybe he really does like Darren LaHood. Who knows?
It is really funny that they all have Darren LaHood PTRs, and people in the audience even have Darren LaHood photos now.
It's gonna be great. Imagine like a clip goes out, just like with all Darren LaHood profile pictures. Are you drunk again, you fucking N-word? Just like out of there with all Darren LaHood profile pictures co-signing it.
Darren LaHood campaign kickoff. It's amazing.
That's a kick-ass last name, though. I will give him that.
Too bad ain't no real hood in this district. Can't play on that.
Darren left LaHood.
Yeah, Dodge the hood.
According to Rich, that means Turkish.
What's that?
When he said I need something in Armenia, it's like, according to...
Oh, hung up, yeah. I put Armenian equals Turkish, and he hung up really bad. Yeah, he was running his mouth about the Jews, so went on to Armenian.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, hung up's one of the Hollywood supporters.
Yeah, see Cindy down in the audience? Now she's got a Darren LaHood PTR.
Hey, John, maybe you should put Darren LaHood PTR on.
What is going on with this week and all these crap shots? I know it was a full moon about a week ago, but damn.
I think this is what happens when political change is imminent.
The metrosexuals are spazzing out.
because
Naga, I won't support you, but Naga, make sure no one.
what?
Yeah, that's not what I said at all. So for your fucking ears on you geriatric bitch.
Or repeat it and understand that I'm a mod in here, XG.
Okay,
But
boo,
you're
boo,
harassment.
We'll go ahead.
I'm not interested in modding you. I was asking you to repeat it and then maybe clarify it.
And
But
I have told you on multiple occasions I don't wish
if
to
you're
engage
well
at all.
and fragile
So why
and
talk to me?
delicate and cannot handle you repeating your what I suspect
Weren't you
is
just crying about
nonsense.
me calling you a geriatric bitch?
No. You missed that part?
Oh, the part where you
Maybe
remember
I'm
I'm
not the
lying.
one whose ears are stuffy. Do you need the rules read to you, or can you read?
I'm not sure. You want to read them out for me? See how great you
Sure.
can speak more than 5 words a minute?
Let's go.
Let's see how great your 6th grade reading level is at, Monica.
No threats of violence, no doxing. Stay on topic. Keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. Sounds like we're working on number 6 right now.
Yeah, and if I
Because
choose not to
the
respond
NK
to
words
one,
are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. Oh, looks like you violated that one too.
No, I just don't like you. I don't care
Number
about the
10,
room. I just don't like
English
you
only.
in the room.
Number 11, families keep families out your mouth. And number 12, no speaking while
Yeah, so I
We're
haven't
agreeing
broken
on
any
2 violations.
Not really, because one, when it came to mods interjecting, I never objected that you could interject. I just said, hey, you know I'm not going to interact with you, so why question me?
Alright, did anybody hear what he said, that you can repeat it for me and then to make sure that I understood it? Anyone?
What I heard is, I got another $40 now. If the kitty still, I got $40, I'm going to do mine. If it's still open.
Oh, you understand the only reason why you're a mod now is because I said it was okay?
I don't mind not being a mod. I will pay $40 for it again. I will pay $40.
There you go. Not being mind being a mod. Alright, so no one has an explanation of what she said?
Is it open, John and Roger? Is it open? I got another 40.
So no one understood what XG said, and y'all are gonna let him spout nonsense on the stage because why?
Sounds like a lot of mansplaining going on.
Howard, did you hear him? Alright, Fatima, we get it. Howard, did you understand what he said? He'll make sure nobody votes for you? Well,
No, I was actually listening to Pepe, because Pepe was also very rude to you too, what he was saying about you, Monica. And so I did not hear the beginning part of it. I'm driving and I didn't catch it all. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Other than I can tell from the tone and just the attitude, and it's unbecoming from my point of view.
that's okay, Howard. Safe travel.
Yeah, and the best way to counter these manic episodes that people have on this app is to not give it any energy. You got to listen, get a little laugh out of it, but the best way to combat it is to give it 0 energy.
Yeah, I'm more interested just to get an update on how the candidates are doing today.
I will say that he's been so disruptive that Clubhouse is focusing a lot of their energy in throwing their supporter against somebody that supported the vaccine. That's what's interesting to me is all those Republicans that are rallying to support Darren LaHood.
Hey, real quick, Roger, the Kino was asking if that thing is still open. He said he got under 40, just dropped Monica.
Oh boy.
Roger, he heard that. He didn't want to hear it. He heard it.
Oh man.
I'm waiting for John. I need John to wake up.
Yeah, the room title is still pay to go your least favorite people, and $40 is the high bid right now. So this is your moment, Akima.
Akima, do us all a favor, do God's work.
Hey, your friend, Scott. Keep open the
got a question in the mod chat.
Hey, John, share the link up. I can't find that link for the one lady.
Coming right up.
It's a gray area, so if you allow it, then it's allow others again.
Count your moment.
Hakima, have a good evening, sir.
Count your moment.
I just think it's ridiculous that people spout nonsense and then nobody checks them on it. It makes no sense. It's weird.
Oh, XG, if you were wondering what's going on, Monica's in the back channel asking if it's okay to kick you.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because you have X-ray vision and you know exactly what I'm thinking.
No, we all just know you.
Because last time I checked, not wanting to engage with the mods wasn't a rule violation.
Yeah, and also you didn't bring in any drama from other rooms. We were literally live streaming it.
$40 to pay. Mind me up.
And it's not just that, but it's not drama from other rooms. I just don't fucking like you in any room, period. It doesn't matter. What really happened before, now I don't like it.
Now worse.
And I don't even know who you are. You don't exist. You're not on my radar to me. That's worse.
Congratulations. You're not on your radar, but you're not going to be on the same stream.
The 40 is in. The money is paid.
Dropper, the money's in.
Wow, I can confirm it. Hakima has sent the campaign $80 today.
Amen.
Thank you, Hakima. Okay, Mojo. Hakima has sent in another $40. He sent in his first 40 at 10:30, less than an hour. 30 minutes plus an hour and a half later, he sent another $40. Thank you, Hakima.
I can do this shit all night.
Hakima, God bless you, man.
And are you taking any money for your campaign?
You know what, Hakima, DM me your cash app. I'm gonna send you 5 just for you being a good Samaritan and reimburse you 5 of those back.
Hey, I appreciate that. Next time. I need it all to myself.
All right, there you got it.
Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, free at last.
Hakima, did you see the press conference today?
No. So
Putin, Trump.
It's fucked up. We gotta say Putin and Trump. We gotta put the Russian president first, so we already know.
Yeah, we put it in. No, I got exactly.
It's fucked up. Putin and Trump is crazy.
No, but what's it called? There was one part that did make me laugh a lot. It was like right after Putin stopped speaking and Trump was starting, right? He was just like, "Thank you, Mr. Putin. That was very profound." And in the back channel, I was like, "This motherfucker had no clue at all what just got said. What the fuck do you mean that's profound?"
Trump didn't say words. He didn't say words. He's a fucking.
He just be talking, bro.
He didn't say words. That's what he got. There's little words to say. I guess when he said profound, I guess we thought he really said shit.
No, but then he also said that there were some tremendous Russian businessmen or something like that, along those lines, right? And when he said those lines, I'm just like, bro, MAGA and the rest of the Republicans would have crucified Biden if he ever said something along the lines of meeting with tremendous Russian businessmen. Be like, oh no, that's for money for Hunter Biden, et cetera, and all the other bullshit and all that stuff. Listen, I just find it hilarious how as soon as Trump says anything that would have gotten anyone else crucified, immediately it's just like nullified. It's the craziest thing you established ever seen.
He said some shit before the meeting where he said some shit like, I've been knowing Putin for a long time, and whatever he said, now we're both president. And then what is this shit, right? What are you talking about, dude? Like, what are you saying? And then y'all carried on y'all long history, and now y'all both president. Who's been president for 50 years? Newsflash, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Like, I don't know, this is an idiot.
Newsflash.
Now we're both president. Motherfucker.
Now I am interested, because you are somebody else that happens to be in my aisle. Now, not exactly like 1-to-1, but we're at least in the same aisle when it comes to the voting block. Who do you think is our best choice for 2028, realistically at the moment?
That's what we separate. We say our best choice. That means that leaves me when you talk about Democrats.
Yeah, I'll say from the Democrats' perspective. I'm a socialist from the Democrats' perspective.
I have no idea. It's highly unlikely that I will vote for the Democratic candidate. It's highly unlikely. I don't care who it is. It's highly unlikely. Unless Trump is running again, then the Democrats got my vote. It's highly unlikely I will vote for a Democrat.
Who says he's gonna run?
He very well might. Yeah, I won't put nothing past that old fucker.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is, I'm putting nothing past him either. Who's to say he even has to run? Who's to say he needs to run? Exactly.
That's the problem right there. Yeah, but
I mean, with that $200 million renovation, looks like you want to stay there for at least a little bit.
Right. He's making the renovation for the ballroom.
Yeah, the ballroom.
He's putting a gold dome on the top of the White House. And I actually heard people defending that shit. Like, he has the right to change the outer appearance. I wish Obama would have painted that motherfucker black. Obama should have painted the White House motherfucking black. And just watch everybody melt down. I bet they'd have changed their whole tune if you did that shit. Paint the White House black.
Paint the White House black is crazy.
I'm voting for the next motherfucker who say that. That's what I'm voting for. I don't give a fuck what his policies is. Just paint it black.
His main campaign agenda is just White House renovations.
That's it.
Gonna bring back like MTV. What was it? What was like the crib version of Pimp My Ride? What was it? MTV Crib?
Yeah, MTV Crib, yeah.
Yeah. Turn the White House into an episode of MTV Cribs would be crazy.
Hey, Trump working on it.
Man, I wish Trump would drone strike some American citizens so we could see the Democrats' response.
Shit, he's doing work to American citizens. He done pardoned 1,500 felons who attacked the Capitol. This motherfucker is going after Americans.
Wait, that's worse than drone striking American citizens?
He doesn't need to drone strike them if he can just deport them from the country.
That was only one.
Wow, deportation is the same as murder. Damn.
That was only
back
one
to back to Salvadorian prison camps. Yeah, kind of.
And Rich, for the record, I am not defending Obama. Fuck Obama. I get.
Yeah, no, you love Obama. You got Obama's dick buried down the back of your throat. That came up.
That go to homo shit. Hey, don't project your thoughts on me. Obama would love for you to suck his dick. Go for it.
I don't know why y'all were so excited saying it was the first black president. Clearly, Clinton was the first black president. No, Lyndon Baines Johnson was the first black president.
That man had a KKK hood in the fucking the rest.
I'm just saying he named his dick Jumbo. That's some street cred shit there.
That was called wishful thinking.
No, that was real.
I would not argue about another man's dick, so you got it. You say it's real, you got it.
Whoever the first president was with like a nickname, that's probably the first black president. Like
he had a nickname for his dick.
But
his dick was named Jumbo.
No, but you need to have like a recognizable like hard ass nickname. Like JFK, that's some gangster ass shit. Like I'd pass JFK as a black man.
Andrew Jackson was Old Hickory.
Like Akima, you know what I mean? Like, do you think JFK would pass?
No.
Hey, XG, you might have something. He did get shot on a street corner, XG.
Oh, that was cold blooded.
That's kind of crazy.
But he got shot by a white man, so that do make sense.
Yeah, that definitely makes him black.
Oh, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. You're
He's like, I'm just walking into the heat.
I'm just walking into punches.
So isn't a big winner today actually Zelensky?
It remains to be seen. I just know who's not winning. The American people is not winning under Trump. I just know America. I don't feel America first right now. I just don't feel that right now. It's like everything but America.
Yeah, Hakima is more first.
Could this be a potential scenario? So if there was a deal or is a pending deal between, say, Trump and Putin that somewhat forces Ukraine to cede some of the land, like say it is Crimea, but in exchange for that,
Crimea River.
Yeah, the non-U.S. NATO members then immediately fast-track Ukraine into NATO. That'd be a pretty interesting outcome.
That'll never happen.
Why not?
Oh, he's going to finish the war by giving up the Donbass and Crimean Peninsula. And he's going to threaten Volodymyr Zelensky that if he doesn't, he'll just cut off funding. That's all he has to do.
I think he's got enough support now in Europe that the other members could fast-track Ukraine. It's just a scenario.
Yeah, you want to watch Russia continue this war for the next 30 years?
Yeah, Russia economically is falling apart.
This can't last.
He will run that
They're
country
being drained. Everyone thinks
into
Russia, just because they're nukes and their size of their landmass. You look at their GDP, you look at their economy. Time's not on Russia's side, actually. I believe that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I looked it up. Russia's GDP is like $2.2 trillion.
It's less than Italy.
It's unbelievable. And then they spend like 100, almost 200 billion in military.
Oh yeah,
which is like a lot of money when your GDP is only 2.2 trillion.
You can look it up. The average salary of a Russian troop is like 6x of the average Russian salary because they just need people to be in that army. They're overpaying their army to make this thing happen.
So they got a kamikaze army, huh? They might as well be Japanese.
They got that Squid Game army right now. They broke. They desperate for money. They might as well sign up.
They say the Squid Game army is crazy. Everybody wants this payout. That's what Trump is over there doing. He's saving Putin's ass. Because if the U.S. just back Ukraine fully, Russia going to either have to lose the war or resort to nuclear bombs. There's no in between. Because they cannot go much longer.
I agree with you, Akima.
Yeah, but Zelensky, you are not holding the cards. Well, motherfucker, tell that same thing to Putin. He's not holding the fucking cards either. He got pocket tools, and motherfucker Zelensky got ace king. Take your pick. I'll take the ace king over the pocket tools.
Pocket twos, I'm beating you on the river.
Fuck that. I'm gonna flood you. You're gonna pay for that river. If you do beat me, you're gonna pay for the river. I promise you. It's not gonna be a cheap river. Wake up, Roger. Don't take it personally. I paid to get Monica kicked on the stage, Roger. Come on, wake up, Roger.
I'm here. I'm here with my dog. We're chilling. What's the topic? Who's winning the poll here? Lyndon Johnson? No votes for Barack Obama. Amazing.
It's kind of hard to bet on some shit you never seen before, so I'm gonna have to stay out this poll.
They should have Michelle on the list.
Damn you, Dave.
I couldn't help myself.
That was good. That was good.
Michelle is a beautiful black woman. I mean,
She is.
Looks like a linebacker, but I hear you.
So, Akima, you're in a blue state, correct?
yes, sir.
Is there a lot of talk now? Are they going to do some gerrymandering too?
Honestly, I haven't heard much. I haven't done no searches, but I haven't heard nothing directly, so I can't say. The biggest one I heard was what California was doing, but I haven't heard nothing directly in Illinois.
Did you hear that Texas did not have a quorum? So I don't think they got theirs done.
Oh, that's good. I hope them politicians. I think the day they stay away to December, then they basically win. I'm rooting for them. I think they come back in December, it'll be too late for the rules to change in time for the next election.
And Akima, turning to sports, it's political, but I see the Bears have really shot themselves too. They're not going to get anything in this fall session to support them.
Yeah, I'm a Dolphins fan. Football is my number one sport, but I'm in Chicago, but never been a Bears fan. I've been a Dolphins fan since '84, which not makes me much. That don't make me much better than a Bears fan, but I'm just not a Bears fan. I'm a fan of the team that had the greatest quarterback mojo in the history of NFL. Championship or not, Dan Marino is the best quarterback in the history of NFL.
Akima, I would agree, and I was fortunate and early in my career actually to have a chance to do some business with him on a licensing thing.
Oh wow! I heard he's an asshole in real life. Is he an asshole?
No, I didn't find it. I mean, he could have been, but the if you know encounters I had, he was really magnanimous actually.
Oh wow, that's good to hear. You're the first person I heard have some good news about him. I heard he was an ass. I guess y'all was doing business, so he had to be on good behavior, I guess.
I mean, I was, you know, let me put in perspective. I was representing my company. It had nothing at all to do with me. But I was actually at a press function at the Super Show in Atlanta where because he did a lot of work with Upper Deck, he actually presented me for my company an award. That was kind of cool. It was in like all the trade press and whatnot.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds dope.
Okay, I'm going to ask the poll question. Which president has the biggest balls?
You just stuck on balls.
I would say whoever's the oldest. I would say the Biden.
No, Trump. Trump, definitely Trump.
He will get to the biggest balls, but I think age is where the second.
Oh, you're talking about the lowest hanging. I'm just saying, like, the lowest balls. And the reason that I'm saying that Trump has the biggest balls, and for all you Trump haters, the man got shot in the fucking air and jumped up and screamed, fight, fight, fight. Like, I'm just saying.
Kennedy was fucking Marilyn Monroe in the White House. He was fucking Marilyn Monroe in the White House.
Yeah, Kennedy has real big balls to take a bullet through his fucking head. I'm talking about a president who got shot in the head and then immediately afterwards jumped up and screamed, fight, fight, fight. Come on, guys.
Hey, Rich, I just know that Trump failed to get...
Oh, come on, Hakima. Tell us how the shooting was staged. He made that miraculous shot on purpose.
He failed to get assassinated. He's a fucking failure. At least he could have...
And what happened when he got shot? What he thought at the time was shot in the head. What did he do?
He's a fucking
failure. Did he cower? Did he crawl off the stage?
He's a fucking failure.
Hide behind the fucking stage and was like, hey, Billy, trying to shoot me. No, he stood up and said, fight, fight, fight. I'm just saying, he's either fucking crazy or he's got huge balls. I think it's a little combination of both.
Or a flat out liar with a stage event.
Yeah, you didn't see him get up after being shot in what he thought was the fucking head and screaming, fight, fight, fight? Come on, Hakima. Come on. Hakima, you're from Chicago. You've seen 90% of the dudes that you've seen get shot at, they run like bitches. Yeah, you don't see any of them stand there afterwards and be like, yeah, fuck you, bitch, you missed. Like, no, they all run off and like hide and cry and shit.
Hakima's been shot at a fair amount of times too, so.
Yeah, I guarantee he was running away as bullets were coming out.
He was not running away.
Yeah, he was running towards the bullets.
Hey, you don't know.
Just for the record, I got shot in the leg, Rich, and you motherfucker, I was definitely running away when I got shot.
Oh, I know you were. And Trump stood up and went, fight, fight, fight. I'm just saying, you gotta admit, that takes balls to get up after being shot and say that.
I will never take that away from him. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you can be the biggest hater on earth. I even watched MSNBC sit there and talk about how much they hate Trump, and they're like, yeah, that was pretty like fucking crazy that he got him after.
They had to drag him back down.
Yeah, when it's staged, you know nobody else is.
Oh yeah, it was staged. He used iron sights. He used iron sights and just barely grazed his ear.
Give me my platform shoes.
You know what every world-renowned fucking sniper says about that around the world? They all laugh and say there's no fucking way with iron sights you could graze his fucking ear, especially whilst he was turning his head. And he got fucking extremely lucky. Had he not turned and pointed at the fucking, thing that he was pointing at, he would have fucking had a bullet through his head.
Well, why do you got blood come out of his mouth when he got grazed in the head? Tell me that. Okay, he got blood.
The blood ran down his face.
No.
Oh my God.
Isn't it a fact though the gunman was killed and wasn't someone else killed?
Yeah, the guy behind him.
Yeah, two people.
Oh, the guy that got shot behind him. Yeah. That was somebody in the audience.
Oh,
the guy shot the guy in the audience got shot.
Well, someone behind him on stage died.
No, nobody on stage behind him died. It was the guy that was sitting in the audience with his wife and daughter, and he was like a firefighter, and he jumped to protect his family, and he got shot. And there's some lady I think got shot in the arm or something.
Yeah, so I guess then it was staged, right?
Yeah. It was staged that a firefighter jumped to cover his wife and his daughter, when he heard gunshots coming out and then got shot and killed. But every fucking, expert fucking sniper came out and was laughing at people like Hakima that are like, oh, they did it on purpose, it was staged.
Rich, look at my PTR, Rich. Look at my PTR, Rich. Show me the blood running from his ear. So that blood is coming from his mouth, bro. No, look at the picture. No, look.
Hakima, can I explain something to you?
No. The blood is coming from his mouth.
I want to explain to you, fucking retard. Okay, the blood was running down his fucking face.
Where?
Oh my God, will you listen?
No, you want me to listen?
Go ahead and talk, Hakima. Go ahead and talk.
Okay, thank you. You want me to listen opposed to look at what I'm looking at. We everybody know what blood looks like.
I've already seen the blood on his face, yeah.
Okay, and it's not running.
Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense what's going on there.
From his mouth, dude.
I totally agree. I totally agree that there was Secret Service. I agree there was Secret Service fucking agents laying on top of him and pressed their fucking body into his face.
Now they wipe your blood right. Get the fuck out.
No, they were pressed against him. They weren't taking out a tissue paper like a fucking napkin or a handkerchief. Like, oh, Mr. President, let's clean this. No, they were all fucking dogpiled on him. It makes sense that there wouldn't be blood there, but because their bodies were pressed against them. Fuck, you're stupid.
Fucking, you fell for that crook ass shit, Rich. Come on, you gotta be smarter than that. You fucking retard.
You can literally, if you look at the other image, you can actually see it on yours, you fucking retard. You can see where the blood is smudged and smeared on the back of his fucking cheek, behind the one on his bottom lip where it runs all the way back. You can see where it's smudged forward, where as if somebody had their fucking arm or body pressed against his cheek.
Bro, that blood came from his fucking mouth, dude. That was a come on, be for real. Look, the evidence is right there.
You know, Kima,
running blood.
I could have respected you a little bit more until you came to this.
Fucking respect.
But now, honestly, I would like to take a new poll. Roger, can we put up and ask the dumbest fucking person on Clubhouse? And I think it's Hakima.
Yeah, you think it is, but I know it's you, you fucking idiot.
Orange man, bad! Ah, Trump derangement syndrome! Right, Orange Hitler! Cinnamon Hitler! Ah!
You're about right. That's the way you should be founded for real.
Oh, no, I'm not fucking crazy like you.
You will be. Just wait for it.
No, I will never believe that Mecca is in Chicago. I will never fucking believe that Donald Trump is Cinnamon Orange Hitler.
I like that Mecca in Chicago. I mean, you've been doing some reading. You know what a new Mecca would be.
Well, you don't think I know about your fucking Black Hebrew Israelite wannabe shit?
Where do you get Black Hebrew Israelite from what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, you're black supremacist fucking Islam.
Nah, at first I thought you were just talking about. Now you sound like a fucking idiot.
No, that's accurate.
No black supremacy.
I mean, you guys try to steal from Joseph Smith, you know, all the indigenous people.
Hakima is a lot of things, but he's not a Black Hebrew Israelite.
He's a Moorish Science Temple of America follower.
Thank you for that. That shit sounds so beautiful to roll off your tongue. That's the best shit you ever said in your life.
Yeah, they're Black Hebrew Israelites. That's all they are.
No.
They're Muslim Black Hebrew Israelites.
Not even close. I could say that about a lot of people, but not more. So.
Oh, I mean in like your occultishness.
Like I said, I can say that shit about a lot of people, a lot of religions, as far as cult, but not more science.
Yeah, New Mecca's in Chicago. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you'll see. Watch where you be running to when she hits the fan. Everybody will be running to Chicago. You'll see. The safest place in America.
Hakima killed this room. Roger's not gonna revive it. He's got a DNR. And
do not resuscitate.
Yep.
I killed the room by getting rid of Monica. That's fucked up.
I mean, I'll give you kudos on that one.
Yeah, that was money well spent. I had fun with that shit. The only reason why you're a mod because you paid the money and you kicked me off the stage, you fucking Negro. You put your fucking hands on me. I can't wait to hear her talk to tomorrow. You next, Rich. You only cost $5. You know that, right? You better sit your $5 ass down before I make the change.
What's going on?
No, that was a good line right there.
What movie was that from?
What? Daniel would say New Jack City, but I don't think so. I think it was before that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make the change.
I'm like, fuck. I have no hope in humanity anymore.
If I looked in the mirror and saw me looking like you every day, I wouldn't have no hope either. So
Oh no, it was. I was talking to somebody and they said that they used a fake alias name on a campaign finance, and I was trying to explain to the person that you can't do that, and that could get you in a little bit of trouble, and that you would have to put your full legal name to donate money, because in the state of Illinois, if you donate even 1 penny, you have to use your legal full name, including surname, to donate money. So hopefully, Hakima, you didn't use like a fake name, because it can land you in a shitload of trouble. And also, since you did donate at least 1 penny, all of your first and last name and all that information is now publicly available under the John Kitover campaign.
It's actually not true. Anything over $200 has to be reported.
Not in Illinois. You should look. Illinois has zero. It actually says even if you donate 1 penny. A lot of states are $200 minimum threshold, but Illinois makes every donation, including as low as 1 penny donation, public record.
Hey, Rich, my name is.
You should look it up on Illinois.
My name is Hakima McMillan.
No, I'm not talking about you, bro.
I'm saying,
hopefully you didn't use a fake name. That's what I'm saying.
Why would the fuck would I do that?
I was talking to somebody else, and they're like, no, I used a fake name, and I'm like, oh God, no.
This is not the first campaign.
Yeah, it's not your first rodeo. I get all that, Hakima. You guys should look up. Illinois' requirement is $3,500. Any donation of any amount is considered public record.
I gave Obama $3,500 the first campaign. It's fucking sent me an invitation to.
Yeah, Texas, Kentucky, other places are $200 threshold. Probably Washington also.
Sorry, sir.
This is why when people were like, hey, you should donate to the John Kitover campaign, and I'm like, no, because that's self-doxing. If I donate 1 penny, I have to put in my full legal name. It becomes public record.
If you wasn't a pussy on Clubhouse acting like
no, I'm not. I have a wife and kids, and I don't want to dox my wife and kids. I was a single guy with no wife and kids.
Unless you.
Oh yeah, that's the last. Hold on, Hakima. That's the last thing I need to do is having fucking Sunni Muslims try to show up at my fucking house and having to shoot them. Yeah, that would be a real smart idea, Hakima.
You sound like a coward. Everybody coming to your house.
No, I'm not stupid.
Yeah, you sound stupid. Somebody gonna come to your house. A Sunni Muslim. Oh wow, the boogeyman Sunni Muslim.
Oh no, they run their mouth about when you kill most people.
What about the other Muslims? What about
Shias are bad too.
What about the?
Yeah, but they make up a small minority of Muslims.
What about the nation?
More scientific Americans are not Muslims.
Oh wow, that's fascinating.
Oh, the Muslims don't even consider you Muslims. They literally consider you the way that Christians consider Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons.
And that's the beauty of it. It's not up to them to decide.
Yeah, no one cares.
Exactly.
We were talking about everybody who's donated 1 penny and put their legal U.S. name, and if they didn't put their legal U.S. name, they're in violation of campaign finance. But if they did put their name, at least 1 penny, it's public records.
Once somebody use a fake name, how are you gonna find out it was them?
How will the federal government or the state of Illinois find out? You understand there's a thing called investigators, an investigation like this? Like, what are you talking about, Hakimo? Seriously? You don't think they go after people for violation of campaign finance? Okay.
Yeah, for 1 penny. Yeah, they'll have to pay shit.
No. For using a false name. For using alias or like nicknames.
Only you care about that.
I'm not. I'm just concerned about people that did that.
You're not concerned. You're hoping.
No, I am.
I hope I use a fake name. That's what you
I don't give a shit about you, bro.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Why the fuck would I care about Hakima, who thinks that Donald Trump staged his shooting?
In your head,
oh my god.
Oh my god.
Bro, you are the least of the people that I fucking think about every day.
I hope that's true.
Yeah, 100% on my grandmother's grave. I do not think about you.
Thank you. Keep it like that. Because when I know in Clubhouse, you can't keep my fucking name out your mouth.
I usually don't even address you. I usually make slight little comments about Democrats, and then you come off fucking mic and start screaming and yelling. Or if I say anything about Donald Trump, you're like, oh, and you start fucking losing your mind.
You just make shit up, Rick.
I said Donald Trump had huge balls, and you crashed out for like 20 minutes about how it was a fake shooting. Who lives in whose mind?
It was a fake shooting.
Do you believe the Earth is spherical as well?
Do you believe that 2 planes knocked down 3 buildings?
Do I believe that Saddam Hussein switched over all oil production to the euro from the U.S. petrodollar? The day we took Baghdad, we switched it back over to the U.S. petrodollar. Because all oil globally has to be sold under the U.S. petrodollar. Do I believe that the FBI was the one who, or the CIA was the one who appointed Saddam Hussein to his position?
You sound like a good old-fashioned conspiracy theory, Rick.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory. Like, there's a difference. It is a conspiracy.
Do you believe 2 planes knocked down 3 buildings?
I mean, it could.
Anything could happen, but do you think that happened though?
I mean, would I say that I believe that there wasn't, like any connections between like the Bush family and like a company that manufactures,
You think the Bush family was behind 9/11? You think Bush like had a hand, like him? Like, if the Bush stopped the Bush and their family, that's what you really believe?
No, I mean, well, you had a lot of shit that happened. You had fucking, threats against his father. You had a war that his daddy couldn't fucking finish. You had the appointment of his father appointing Saddam Hussein to be like the fucking dictator and ruler of fucking Iraq. You had the U.S. petrodollar switch. You had, the companies that are affiliated with Halliburton that create liquid explosives that also have contracts in the World Trade Centers, and we're also working on the World Trade Centers a couple weeks prior in the fucking stairwells. So, I mean, there's just a lot of shit, yeah.
And did Dick Cheney have big ties with Halliburton? Like, damn it, created or some shit like that? Did Dick Cheney have ties with Halliburton?
What were you saying? I took the call.
No, it ain't important.
Yeah, I mean, It is convenient that Halliburton got all the government contracts for Iraq and Afghanistan, It is convenient that, they left out that, six U.S. presidents, and including a vice president at the time who was also, that they were all fucking related, And that they knew that they were related. It wasn't like they did a 23andMe and they were like, oh my God, we're like 8 cousins, like twice removed. Like, I didn't know that. You'd actually look into it and you're like, oh fuck, like they were all like friends and knew each other and all had connections. And Barack Obama's fucking grandmother used to run work for a bank in fucking Honolulu, Hawaii.
Can you tell me why you trust the government again, then, if you know all this is the truth? I'm so.
Oh, yeah, so Barack Obama's grandmother worked in Honolulu and funded fucking kill squads in fucking Indonesia.
Why you trust the government?
Which turned out to be run by Lolo Santoro, which ended up being the guy who Barack Obama's grandmother. Barry Santoro is Barack Obama.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Lolo Santoro was.
If you know all this, why you trust the government?
Yeah, so Barack Obama's grandmother introduced Lolo Santoro into his fucking granddaughter, and then after Lolo Santoro died and left $500 million to the mom and $500 million to the fucking Barack Obama and $1 billion to his fucking biological kids. Then she turns around and introduces him to a fucking guy from Kenya who also works for fucking the Shell Corporation, who also worked in fucking Kenya at the time. It's just wild that, Lolo Santoro ran kill squads for fucking Shell Indonesia, and he'd become the fucking president of Shell Indonesia. After going in and wiping out entire villages of people who were contesting the idea that they were going to come in and do fucking oil in their fucking country.
And you still never answered the question.
I mean, I'm not going to answer that question on social audio. I'm sorry.
Why the fuck? You don't say it enough already. Like, what's the next step? What is the problem with the
No. I fully support our U.S. federal government and all their ventures. And in actuality, I'll be 100% frank and honest. I think there is a need and a necessity for a lot of things that we do that people don't like.
Now, that's a fair stance. You acknowledge it and you accept it. Although I disagree.
Yeah. I think it was amazing that the Central Intelligence Agency, fucking sent in fucking spies into fucking Hong Kong to fucking try to topple fucking President Liam. I think that was amazing.
You're a rare case, Rich. You are a rare case, but I appreciate that you're acknowledging it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of shit you and I would probably disagree about this. Like I can acknowledge that a lot of the shit's true, but I can also say that I don't have a problem that we went into fucking Iraq.
Yeah, the deficit says different. And all of the millions of Iraqis died and the thousands of U.S. soldiers. You say, but then was people killed that died. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, when Syria tries to run a fucking pipeline from OPEC into Europe, we got to topple the country. Sorry.
That's fucked up.
I mean, is it fucked up when China does the same shit in fucking the continent of Africa and all over fucking Asia? I mean, we're talking about global supremacy here. You want China in charge or U.S.?
Neither. Fuck them all.
Yeah, well, you don't have that option. You have one or the other.
You ask me what I want. So you ask me what I want, I can fucking tell you what I want.
Oh, no, I'm just telling you there's only two options. I mean, you could be like Bima and be like, oh, we could tear down the government and restructure it in my image.
And that's the problem. It's been hundreds of civilizations or empires throughout history that thought the same thing the U.S. thought right now. It's never going to change. That's bullshit. It will change. It's going to change. It's just a matter of time. All this, do you have only two choices? That is a fucking word.
Marcus, I have a question for an attorney. So, do you think there's only two choices in global dominancy between either the U.S. and China? Or do you think there's a third option? Marcus? I don't think Marcus wants to come up. Ah, there is Marcus. Hakima seems to think that there's a third option other than the U.S. dominating in global, events or China, and he thinks maybe there's a third option.
I think the third and fourth and fifth option.
I don't know why that's a legal question. I mean, but Hakima's right. The answer is reptilian.
Oh, he also thinks that Donald Trump was never shot in the air. He thinks it was staged.
No, the bullet.
Oh.
Marcus, why must you feed the mentally unstable?
No, I'm talking to you. You're the one talking to me. It's, look, I've seen his ear since then. Like, fucking Mike Tyson chewed on Holyfield's ear. Look the way that ear looked for the last 50 years. You're telling me Tyson or Trump got shot and the ear wasn't as bad as the dude who got his ear chewed on?
Hey, Marcus, stop using common sense, Marcus. Like,
I used to have a little more respect for you, Marcus.
Common sense is
I don't believe that for a second. That
was a genuine lie, Marcus.
Lying.
Marcus, that was a genuine lie. I'll concede that.
Yeah, don't get on this app and start lying.
I've never had any respect for you.
No, we know that.
This man got a perfect ear after getting hit with a...
Oh, Marcus, have you donated to the John Kitover
After
campaign?
getting hit with a 5.56 round in the ear, he got a perfect ear 2 weeks later. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, we know more about Sirhan B. Sirhan than the dude who shot Donald Trump. Like, how this guy shoot him and then disappear? No one's ever heard of him before. I don't know. There's just a lot going on here. All of a sudden, Donald Trump, there's zero chance he's going to win and get shot the next day he's the next president. There's just a lot
Marcus,
going on.
how do you feel about Donald Trump winning the election, being president right now?
I'm not ecstatic about it.
You're not elated?
I'm not elated. Elated is not the word I would use.
Yeah, you should be elated.
If Trump got shot in the ear, he got like Wolverine blood. His fucking wound regenerate instantly. Like, get the fuck. That didn't happen, really.
The truth is, he probably did get shot. It's just not Donald Trump anymore. It was the president. That's the most reasonable explanation. But there's no way the person who's giving speeches now...
He's a reptilian.
There's no way the person now giving speeches from the Oval Office is the person who got shot. Like, it's just... There's no way those are the same thing. So, I mean, it's possible he did get shot, but then that wouldn't be him who's telling Zelensky he's not thankful enough. Like, it's just a different person.
Come on up, Mike Allen. We're having a conspiracy theory room.
Hold on. I'm going to read you guys something from ChatGPT. It says, the wound was described at the time as a graze, meaning the bullet only skimmed the surface of the ear without passing through or causing deep tissue damage. That kind of injury often heals with minimal scarring, especially if treated quickly by doctors.
Yeah, it was nicked.
By the Republican National Convention, just a few days later, the wound was already bandaged and looking relatively minor. So, what's the story?
There's no such thing as a graze with a 5.56 round on your...
Yeah, there is.
Like, what did do? Like, touch...
No.
Like,
The better answer is the fact that we all love ChatGPT until it answers a question in our own wheelhouse. Exactly. And then we look at ChatGPT and go, that fucker's completely wrong about
this. This is why I brought him up, Roger.
We ask it a question. When we ask it a question about something that we don't know a lot about, like medicine, all of a sudden, it's absolutely right.
Mike, do you think that Donald Trump was shot in the ear?
Yes.
Well, hold on. For those that think he didn't get shot, what do you think happened to not only the shooter, but the other victim who had his brains blown out? Like, what happened there?
Those fuckers got shot.
And so those were real bullets, and that was a real crime scene. But what happened then? What are we saying happened to Trump?
This is a bar licensed attorney, just so you know that, Roger.
I know who Marcus is. Did you just meet him or something?
No, I know. I'm just stating the obvious, that's all.
I got to get on the train, so I can't answer right now. But it's pretty clear.
Why you gotta hurt somebody somebody's credentials to win an argument? Like, win an argument with your own words. Don't try to like dehumanize somebody or hurt it.
Not dehumanizing somebody. I'm saying it's preposterous that this guy is a bar licensed attorney who believes that it's a conspiracy to kill Donald Trump.
No matter what he was. It don't matter what he was. He got an opinion.
The man spent 3 years studying jurisprudence after undergrad. And now thinks, Donald Trump really wasn't shot in the ear. It's all a conspiracy.
You're a fucking train operator, motherfucker. What makes you a genius?
My 141 Mensa IQ test.
Get the fuck out of here.
I met the threshold by 1 point. Mensa's entry is 131.5 or higher. 99 percentile, top 1%. The threshold for genius IQ is 140. 131.5 to 139.99 is considered highly gifted.
Yeah, retarded.
How come that big brain doesn't give you better impulse control?
Because Hakeem is retarded. It sets me off.
So a retard can set off a genius. That's fascinating.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'll say the retard.
No, I think there's a lot of questions about the day that Trump got shot, but it's not whether or not he got shot. It's why didn't they have better security? There's a lot of valid questions that people could ask. I just don't get why.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with that.
I mean, the obvious part is that he did get shot, but it certainly looks like either gross negligence or maybe even a conspiracy to like how do you let that happen? I just don't even get it. I feel like security at a fucking like in a ball game is better than this. Like how is this? You have the president of the United States speaking, and they don't. The one place that somebody could get a shot off from, and like they don't sweep the area. I mean, it's just crazy.
Hey, Roger.
I'm just disappointed that Donald Trump didn't fucking replace harass the second he came in.
That lets you know that he's complicit, because like there was police in the building that the shooter was on, the police in the building behind the building the shooter was on, and if this shit happened that way, it would be real scorched earth from Donald Trump. If this shit happened and he then got murdered, he would not stop talking about it. He would have.
He tried to have her brought up on charges. What are you talking about?
Right. Fuck you, right.
Exactly.
Trump don't.
What are you talking about?
He just do something.
Oh my God, you're dumb.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, you dumb. You're very dumb. 141, negative 141. Fucking retard.
Well, actually, sub 85 IQ, which is 13% of the population, is considered mentally deficient. So you might fall in the category, not me.
Yeah, you're right here with me.
Yes, I'm in here helping the special ed. Actually, that's a good poll, or a good title. Was Donald Trump really shot?
Donald Trump was shot and his ear grew back.
Thank you, Teapot.
he has rejuvenating and regenerating powers like you can't imagine.
I just said that. He like Woody Allen, man. I just said that shit. Thank you, T-Bot.
Liz, what do you think the odds are on Hakima figuring it out?
Oh, that's a loaded question. I think that Hakima can figure out how to make babies. I think that he's figured that out.
And that is the most important thing on the planet is reproducing.
Don't cockroaches and ants do the same thing?
Not like me. You know, cockroaches, they can reproduce without a male. Once a female gets pregnant, she can reproduce for the rest of her life without ever having sex again.
Why do you know this, Hakima? Why?
Because I lived with roaches growing up. Yes, I lived with roaches.
So cockroaches drop giant loads in their females, and it just stays in there indefinitely.
Man, that was stupid.
I mean, that's actually scientifically what happens, but okay. You should look it up.
I just don't know how you guys can say the security is conspiracy, but him not getting shot is a conspiracy too far. Like the fact that he could get shot is a conspiracy. That they let this guy get up there.
The conspiracy is that they allowed him to get shot.
Yeah, so like that's a conspiracy you can get behind. But the idea
Wait,
that
the hatred of Donald Trump and wanting him dead is more believable than somebody made a magical trick shot or that it was all just staged.
Well, listen, all presidents shot like magical trick shots. Like if you're president, it has to be a magical trick shot.
Yeah, more likely the conspiracy, to allow him to get shot is just, what about the incompetence? Like, I mean, how do you let that happen? It's just crazy. That's crazy to me. I can't understand how you can let that happen if that's on your watch.
You can't. It's impossible. It got to be coordinated. It's the only way.
Well, the only
or you have to accept that it didn't happen.
Well, do you? Are those the only options, Marcus? You sure?
I don't know. I didn't think through it that hard.
Here's the thing. You have to consider that Donald Trump has far superior, genes because they come from that American Eagle place. Because Donald Trump, and I'm going to tell you when I realized that this man is extraordinary, was my entire life, all I have heard is that if you look into an eclipse, you will go blind because it fries your eyeballs from the inside. Donald Trump looked into a fucking eclipse, just looked right into it, hello eclipse, I am Donald Trump. And you know what? Is he blind? No. No, he is not.
Trump put the sun on pause.
So it's entirely possible for that man to be shot in the ear with a large caliber, projectile, and for his ear to grow back magically in a week with no surgery.
So, what about the people that were in the crowd that died?
Well, they're definitely dead.
They really got shot.
People should be charged with murder. Maybe Trump and his co-conspirators should be charged with those people murder. Did you see what Trump did his next speaking engagement when he had the firefighters fucking jacket and helmet on the stage, using it as a fucking prop? You think Trump gave a fuck about that man? Who does some sick ass shit like that? This man so-called died because he was behind you, and you use his fucking uniform as a fucking prop. Get the fuck out of here. And he got something, I forgot what it was. He got something wrong with the uniform. It wasn't even the accurate information. Come on, man, get the fuck out of here. Trump is a piece of shit and y'all voted for him.
3 times.
How many people died at the shooting?
2, the shooter and the fireman behind Trump.
I'm just on this ride for the next 3.5 years. I am prepared to be amazed and astounded at what comes next. I am fully expecting a fight between Trump and Thanos. And they have to bring him back to life to fight Trump. But the next 3.5 years will be a sight to see, and hopefully I make it to the end.
I just got to choked on my water lid. What you haven't said, a fight between Trump and Thanos.
So you guys
Trump is going to win that fight.
Yeah, Trump will kick Thanos' ass. So you guys are like actively rooting against Trump.
Hold on, you got to mix up. We're rooting for America, not against Trump. If for America is against Trump, then yeah, we're rooting against Trump. Well, me personally, yeah.
Like you want him to do bad, which would be bad for America.
Yeah, because everything he do is bad for America. So if he fucks up, America will be just fine. Yeah.
There is 0% chance with this line of argument that your IQ is anywhere near 141. Like there is 0% chance that you have an IQ of 141, and your argument is this.
That wasn't
basic.
That wasn't me that said that word.
Close enough. The fact that your voices are similar shows exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, so you guys, this is the point of the argument where you guys say things and they don't like to be challenged on. So like, Kima, you just said everything he does is bad. Like, for example.
For example, you ready?
Yeah, take your time.
I got a whole list. Him going after banks, him going after universities, him going after the American people, him going after the judges, him sidelining Congress with his executive overreach. Where can I go from there? Troops in LA, troops in DC, pardoning 1,500 fucking criminals who violated the Capitol. Where else can I go? Should I keep going?
Well, yeah. Well, no, you can stop whenever you want. We're going to attack all of them, but you can stop whenever you still got more.
Yeah, I think a little longer. I think that's a good list.
All right, so if I remember correctly, it was banks, universities, judges, executive overreach to the Congress, pardoning January 6th. I think there was a couple more in there.
Oh, that's good enough.
Okay, well, we can start with January 6th. So those people were rounded up. They were in jail for 3.5 years. How long would you want them to be in jail for?
Okay, let me answer that question directly. Like typically, like the way I live at, if me and you go commit a crime, they say me, you, and 5 people go commit a crime, and I'm the one to do the shooting. Let me finish.
If you and him committed a crime, you would get a lot more time than he would. Let's be fair.
Hold on.
What?
Yeah. Hold on. Check it out. We gonna commit a crime, 5 of us. I do the killing, right? No, they say I get killed while we commit the crime. But you motherfuckers get charged with my death. So on the flip side, that woman who got killed on the Capitol by the Capitol Police, every some bitch in that hallway should have been charged with her murder. Every some bitch in that hallway should have been charged with her murder. Period.
What?
Yes, that's how the law works. It's called felony murder. If you commit a crime with somebody, that person dies, everyone with the criminal get charged with that person's murder. And they very well could have charged everyone in that fucking hallway with her murder.
Right. So the original point, the people that did January 6th, they went to jail for 3.5 years. How long would you? So you're saying you want them to be locked up for life?
For murder, yeah. Murder, yeah. You can get 20, 30 years.
Stop it. Akima, how can we continue? How can we continue a conversation with you?
I just gave you real fucking law in America. That's a real thing, and you want to dismiss it because you don't like the outcome. That is a real thing.
Are you talking about like manslaughter?
No, I'm talking about felony murder.
He's talking about the felony murder rule. So if 2 people commit a crime and someone dies as part of the course of that crime, the other person can be charged as well. He's not exactly right on it, but he's got the broad strokes right.
You know, I think it sounds silly.
Oh, yeah,
you're right. That's a silly law.
Tell that to the people that's in jail for that shit.
No, it's a silly law. It shouldn't be the law, but that doesn't change it from being the law.
Well, okay.
It's like stealing songs off the internet and somehow stealing. That's a silly law.
Marcus, would you co-sign that when he was saying you think all the January 6ers should have been charged with murder?
No, because I don't think that's correct. But I do think he should get the death penalty for treason.
Who?
Hey, what's not correct, bro? I'm lost. Like, they was all rushing the door. She was going through the window. An officer shot and killed her. So therefore, she died. And everyone in there helped her die. So where am I wrong at that can easily be felony murder?
I think you are correct that it could easily be felony murder. The problem is felony murder is only in about 50% of the states. It's not 100% of the states. I also don't know how they consider it in either DC or in the federal law, although the federal law is usually the strictest. I don't have it in front of me, but federal law is usually the strictest. If it would be anywhere, it's probably there. The other thing is recently, the last 20 years or so, there's been an increasing exception that when law enforcement shoots your co-defendant, you're no longer responsible for that. So there's a lot of exceptions to felony murder. But like I said, your broad strokes are correct. Just the specifics might be different. The better argument, though, honestly, is that everybody who got sentenced to jail went before a judge. Many pled guilty, some had trial, but the judge gave them a specific jail sentence based on their specific idiosyncratic actions that they took that a judge considered, the prosecutor looked at, that the defense attorney argued against. So the idea that I should somehow give a number of years based on something I've never read, meanwhile, these people with their entire job is to look through that and give an appropriate amount, and I'm supposed to say that I know better without looking at any of it, it's just a silly argument. Now, you could say that they're not breaking the law, and that maybe because they didn't break the law, they don't deserve any time. I don't think that's true. I think that's a silly non-starter. But the idea that I should know how much time they get, what they should have gotten, is probably what the judge gave them, at least in this particular situation. And it's across the board. Each one had a specific considered time that they were supposed to spend in jail or probation or whatever, based upon what the judge looked at their case, what their attorneys argued for. So to say, yeah, they're all wrong, I just think.
So what was the average time?
Hold on. Listen real quick. This ChatGPT, so take with a grain of salt. Do felony murder exist in Washington, D.C.? Yes, the felony murder doctrine does exist in D.C. Under District of Columbia law, first-degree murder includes not only intentional killing, but also deaths that occur while committing or attempting to commit certain serious felonies. Specifically, D.C. Code 22-2101 defines first-degree murder as including killings that happen in perpetrating or attempting to perpetrate an offense punishable by imprisonment in penitentiary, such as arson, first-degree sexual abuse, child sexual assault, robbery, kidnapping, and a litany of other charges. So, to answer your question, felony murder definitely exists in D.C., and what happened there definitely could have failed under that clause, and those people very well should have been charged with felony murder.
Okay, so I do think this is a silly argument. I don't know why we're spending time on this part of it. I don't.
This silly is crazy.
You started it. You're the one who started the argument. That's what we're spending time on. You started it.
Okay, ladies, listen. When you read that right there, you said certain felony charges. I don't know if you want to keep reading it. I don't know. Is trespassing one of those? Now, what I'm pointing out is, first of all, he didn't pardon every January 6th, or the violent one.
I think he just misgendered it.
He didn't pardon. Okay. Well, he didn't pardon the violent ones. He pardoned the people that were like, walking through the Capitol. Look, I do believe they should have went to jail.
Now you lying now. You flat out lying.
Didn't he pardon 1,500 people?
He did not pardon every single January 6th. That's not all right.
You're right.
Yeah, but he pardoned the guy who rubbed shit on the wall, right?
What's up,
Did he pardon the guy who rubbed shit on the wall?
I don't know. Did he?
Yeah, so if you pardon the guy who rubbed shit on the wall, don't tell me you just pardon the people who just walk through the halls. You don't know that's true. Like you just said, I don't know.
You're just making shit up.
What are y'all doing, bro? He pardoned. Okay.
1,500 people.
This is insane. He didn't pardon. He didn't pardon the super violent ones. What I'm saying to you guys is, we all watched January 6th. I'm sure some on TV and stuff. None of us thought that that was the fall of our fucking country. I don't even know what that Ashley Babbitt little girl was doing. Like, what were we gonna do? Jump through the door and then go do what? What were we gonna do after that? Like, what were we gonna do? Sit there? Like, what the fuck were you doing? So yeah, it's really stupid. They deserve to get punished for it. And they did. They went to jail for 3.5 years, right? It's a long fucking time. And they got to show their record now. Well, I guess pardon now, I guess. Is that right. So either way, you guys were sitting here talking about January 6th. When I wanted to address the shit that Kimo was talking about that you said was ruining the country about stuff he was pointing out now and pick those apart.
No, he listed like 19 things.
I remember. I still remember them all.
This is why we're having that conversation, because this is the conversation you started. This is the one point of the 19 points you wanted to address.
You can't even get past this one.
Not even Kimo, you brought up Kimo, your stance on this is that the fucking everyone at January 6th should be charged with murder. That's literally your stance. You think every single January 6er that went to the Capitol should be charged with felony murder?
I clearly said the people in the hallway. No, I clearly said the people in the hallway with the lady that was trying to charge through the door. I literally said those people. I did not say everyone.
You said every single person.
In the hallway with her at the time is what I said.
And yes, they should.
50 people. That's what I said.
They should. If you storm the Capitol without permission to enter, with malicious intent, absolutely, you should be considered armed and dangerous.
And he was talking about, he said on January 21st, Trump issued sweeping clemency for roughly 1,500 defendants, including people convicted of violent crimes such as assaulting the police. So to say that he did not fucking let go.
He didn't pardon every January 6er. That's a fact. Why are we so?
Nobody ever said that. You stuck on that every part. Nobody ever said every. Nobody ever said that. So
are you talking semantics? Did he pardon one of them? Did he pardon one of them?
Pardoned 1,500 of them, right?
Yeah, that's stupid.
Well,
those people were treasonous.
So you say they should be put to death?
Treason's a bit strong.
No, they
were
shouldn't be put to death.
and some were doing
It was treason. We don't put people to death anymore for treason.
There were these grandmothers who just like walked in. Like my buddy Eftol, he was there. He just walked in and
they should have.
I guess we shouldn't be here. And then they left.
Your buddy Eftol is a grandmother?
He's a father.
Here's the question.
That's the weirdest fucking shit I've ever heard, that your buddy's a grandmother. I don't know.
Here's the question. If you legally force yourself into the federal government when you are not allowed to be in there,
that's not treason.
No,
rise to the level. Okay.
What
you
is
want it
treason?
to be
What is
because
treason?
you have intense TDS and you.
No, define it for me. You don't know anything about me. You don't know what I have.
Okay.
Define treason.
I'll do it for you. Normally I wouldn't do this, but
normally you wouldn't do it. I'll define it for you if you want. I'll define it.
No, I don't want you to. The crime is the crime in this country, especially by attempting to kill the sovereign or overthrow the government.
Yes.
So there may have been like.
What was the purpose of them going into
a lot of it
Capitol?
was just a circus, dude. They were just.
Oh, they weren't trying to overthrow the vote?
No.
Not all of them.
Not all.
But some were.
Very few. Very few.
But some were.
I think they were just protesting, and it got out of hand.
Are you saying none of them were trying? No. Okay, so then it's treason. Then it's treason.
Okay, dude.
Joe, were you watching?
Can I get a mod badge?
Feel like our country was about to fall?
Yeah, get a mod badge because you can't handle an argument.
Joe, did you feel like
any one of them? What?
Like when you watched it on TV.
Roger, can I leave for 10 minutes and I come back and we're having a retarded conversation?
Why aren't we understand what we're doing right now?
No, it's retarded now because you can't.
Are you saying, McAllen, that if someone tries to steal your car and you don't really believe they're going to steal your car, they didn't attempt to steal your car?
I just want to say that it was amazing seeing Alex Jones being the voice of reason on January 6th, sitting there screaming on the bullhorn, "Do not go in there! If you go in there, you'll be arrested!"
I would have ran out, if I was a state police on that day, I would have ran out all my bullets in 15 minutes for them trying to charge the Capitol.
Look, the IQ here is a little too low for me. I'm going to have to leave if Joe remains.
Leave then. If you can handle it, leave. Bye.
We don't need no more TDS in here.
Bye.
What we're doing right now? Like you guys are, like why are we?
If you storm the capital of your country,
oh my God,
in an effect to overturn an election,
sorry, Mojo,
what is that? What is that? What do you call that?
A bunch of idiots.
No,
Dude, who gives a fuck?
Double. You're missing The Great Reset happened, remember? Everybody lost all their
I
fucking
actually
followers.
want to talk to Hakima.
Then everyone left Clubhouse. And now we're just left with the misfits of
I
Clubhouse.
want to talk to Joe and Hakima about how
Their names are Hakima,
Okay,
Joe, and Mike Allen, Sean Kitover,
Mike Allen. Mike Allen, you lost 1 point. Now, what's the next point you want to go to? You lost one already. What's the next?
Okay, I didn't lose shit, bro. You're so butthurt about January 6th, bro. Like, chill the fuck out.
Yeah, a bunch of people trying to overthrow the government. Why aren't you butthurt about that? Are you American, Mike Allen? Are you an American?
Yeah.
Joe. Nobody else cared when the Black Panthers did it in California.
No, but they didn't.
Yeah, nobody cares that they went in. Was full auto fucking. They went in with fully automatic fucking weapons, not even select fire or semi-automatic rifles, because it was prior to the ban.
Who they hurt? Right. No.
What's wild to me is that you guys.
They went in with full auto rifles.
That's on
and walked into the state Capitol building in California.
What's the problem there?
Fucking wild.
Have you guys ever seen an actual fucking insurrection in another country when there's a rebellion
Yeah,
and a revolution against another country? It looks nothing like fucking January 6th. If you guys say,
well, that's because Republicans are pussies.
Like, you guys.
That's because Republicans are pussies. They can't even do an insurrection.
Majority of gun owners.
They can't even do an insurrection right. They're such pussies. They can't do an insurrection right.
So then who
I'm sorry, one lady that shot her gun.
Yeah, they ran in there.
No, that was the
Scooters.
guards. I'm sorry, that was the guards shooting through the fucking glass.
Dude, that's because Republicans are always victims. Oh, I'm such a victim. I'm in a red state. Oh, they're forcing abortion. Oh,
wait. You're saying that Democrats?
I'm a victim.
Hold on, Joe. You're saying that Democrats aren't victims? When Democrats are like, they're taking away my bodily autonomy. I can't murder my baby.
Hey, guys. Dude, how funny is it? How did Trump do on inflation, you red state motherfuckers?
I'm just
How are gas prices? How are gas prices in Alabama? How did he do?
You should just wait till we pass
it.
Yeah,
no, like, how did he do?
Rich,
how did
bro,
he do?
Come on, Rich.
It's gonna be amazing.
Cheaper now?
It's gonna be amazing over the next 3 years.
How are those tariffs helping Alabama?
When Sotomayor fucking steps down.
How are those tariffs helping
do conservative justice?
How many of you Republicans have not gotten anything? How many of you Republicans lost your Medicare and your Social Security?
Come on, Mike Allen.
Aren't you
No, I'm a Democrat. I'm good. I make money. I'm not in the Bible Belt. How is the Bible Belt? How is the Bible Belt?
One mic on the moderator. One mic on.
How is the Bible Belt doing?
One mic.
How are the tariffs helping the Bible?
Come on, guys.
Oh, it's doing amazing, just so you know.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not at all.
That's why we're in control, and you're not.
Where are you?
You got 3 years.
Guys, can y'all just let NY talk for a couple?
Oh, we're gerrymandering my state right now.
What's
Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, mute the fuck up. Mute up.
Texas.
Mute up.
Yeah, there you go, boy.
Next person I'm going to the goose. Next person say something, going, nah, it's on you now.
That's why I'm not a Hakima, because y'all won't listen to a woman's voice. I know you'll listen to the man's voice. So, thank you, Hakima.
Nobody listens to the Hakima.
But notice when he said one mic, y'all shut up. I've been trying to get one mic just
now
for a minute.
Now listen to that fucking idiot.
And nobody wanted to fucking listen. And it's okay. It's okay. I know woman speaks, no one listens. I was just trying to ask a simple question. And that is, are you gentlemen divided on whether January 6th was an actual crime being committed on the Capitol or not? Who believes it was an insurrection and who doesn't? Because I heard somebody say, I think it was Mike Allen, if y'all really believe that was an insurrection, something. That's all.
I do. It was an insurrection.
I do. It surely was.
I think it was a poorly attempted one. I think they did commit a crime. I think they deserved to go to jail. I think they did go to jail and they did their time.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily an insurrection, but I do think that those people are in violation of trespassing after warning, because there is, for public property, time, place, and manner restrictions.
You think that was their intent? It was just a trespass? That was their intent? We're just going to trespass.
wasn't murdered.
That's fucking dumb. That's fucking
I
stupid.
would like to answer the same question.
Please,
Because
one more
I
from
think-
the oldest, please.
I think that what might be being overlooked here is the essence of the question, which is, was it Donald Trump's fault? There was an insurrection. It was illegal, but I don't think it was Donald Trump's fault. And that's what really it comes down to. Like,
No, it doesn't.
it
No,
comes down to
we're not talking about Trump.
Hold on, Joe. Hey, Gil, let me let you know the reason why you're wrong.
Joe, you're always talking about Trump.
Come on. Let's talk civil after.
No, I'm
Gil, the reason why you're wrong is we're talking about the pardon part. So if you agree that it was an insurrection,
I came in
right.
conversation.
So if you agree it was an insurrection, whether or not Donald Trump started or not, he pardoned some insurrection there.
No one was charged.
Joe, I would like to say, hold on, Mike, hold on. I want to address, Joe, if Donald Trump's stick was made of ice cream, you would be diabetic.
What are you doing, dude? Like, come on.
What is that?
No one was. Joe,
all of us agree it was an
Donald Trump's stick
insurrection.
was made
It
of
has
ice
nothing
cream,
to do with Trump or
you
not.
would be diabetic.
It has nothing to do with Donald Trump or not. Those individuals who tried to go into the Capitol with violence were trying to overturn a vote. Whether Trump matters or not, they were trying to do an insurrection. How the fuck do you argue that? They said it themselves. They said it themselves.
I'll tell you
The individuals said it themselves. That's why they were
I
there.
want to say it a fourth time. No one was charged with insurrection. Not a single person was charged with insurrection. No one had a weapon. No weapons charges. They were charged with trespassing.
They
And the reason they got bumped
killed
up to a felony. Hey, calm down, lady. The reason they got bumped up to a felony is because it was during a proceeding. Otherwise, it was just
Fucking gangster, Mike.
trespassing. No one was charged.
So what were they doing? What were they doing then?
What
were they doing? What were they doing then? What were they trying to do?
Well, I think the whole point is they're trying to get to kick.
They were trying to trespass? Were they a bunch of skateboarders? That's what you really think they were trying to do?
They were charged with trespassing.
They were just going to trespass and do some graffiti.
That's what they were.
Yeah, that's what they were going to do.
Hold on a second.
They were going to do some graffiti and get out.
Hey, guys, hold on a second. I got a question, Mike. Mike, I got a question. Well, first of all, we talking about January 6th because you responded to a question you asked me. You asked me a question. You started here January 6th.
You brought it up in your topic.
Right, and you started on this one.
Well, I started at the very end. I was working my way backwards.
Oh, and you lost this one, correct? So what's your next one?
No. Okay, no, I didn't lose this one. We have a different opinion on this. You think they should be put to death. I think that they did their time. Cool. We both agree they're criminals. But I wouldn't call it an insurrection. No one was charged insurrection. Anyway, the point...
Last question on that.
Then why would you call them criminals?
Who charged them?
Because they trespassed the Capitol.
What administration charged them?
Well, they went to
So
jail.
was it a bunch of teenagers?
Wasn't that Trump administration that charged them, right?
No, what? No, they got
Yeah, it happened January 6th.
No, they rounded them all up in fucking March of 2021, bro. And they were in jail till 2025. It was 3.5 years. The Biden DOJ fucking charged them.
Well, I mean, Biden was a fucking pussy then. That don't change the fact that Trump fucking pardoned him.
I was trying to make the argument that Trump's the one that did it, and then he's proven wrong. It's like,
let's stay on the topic.
He was leaving office. There was 4 years for him to fucking make the district attorney of the United States bring different charges and be like,
hey,
well,
bro,
we're going to make it fucking insurrection.
Answer this question.
Even though Trump only fucking did it.
Answer this question.
Why? Trespassing, criminal trespassing.
Why did they trespass? Why did they trespass?
It was criminal trespass after warning.
No, why? Why was
hold on, you dipshit.
No,
he's asking why the administration had more fucking
Why were they there?
Because they were not supposed to be there.
No, they were there.
No, it is called
claims of the 2020 election. They were there for the false claims of the 2020 election.
Joseph, look at settled case law. It is time, place, and restriction.
I'm looking at it right now.
The time would be when it's open.
Why was the mob
The place would be an area that is non-restricted. Hold on.
Hey, dipshit.
Hold on,
Why was the mob
dipshit.
there?
Fine, Roger, you fucking retard.
We have
Like,
to have one mic.
God damn, just fucking dumbasses. It's fucking fake account.
Wait, who has a fake account? Who are you talking to?
This is my accounts at day one, boy. Boy.
All right, one mic, guys. I know you guys are heated.
Yeah, I mean,
because I'm trying to hear everybody, and I can't
Okay,
hear
federal
everybody.
case law states that there's a time, place, and manner restriction. Time is when it is open, place is the area that's non-restricted and available to the public, and then the manner is a manner that is not disruptive. So the time, place, and manner restrictions on criminal trespass after warning apply there. That's why they were charged with it. Even if it was just, hold on.
What do you say about people dying?
Shut the fuck up, Hakeem, I'm talking. If the Capitol building is closed.
Kima is a mod, Rich.
What do it say about people dying? Like, you want to talk about this trust? People died there.
Only
Lady
one
got a
person
fucking
died that day.
brain blow. One is enough, motherfucker, to turn the past.
Well, don't say people died. There's only one person.
People died the next day. Did not officers die the next day because of what happened that day?
Yeah, the medical examiner said it had nothing to do with it.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it had nothing. They just died. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Dude,
Well, why was the
who
mob
cares?
there?
Why would
Just
you
answer
do
me
it?
this question. Why was the mob there?
I already told you. Their whole point of it was that they're trying to get.
No, they didn't agree with the fair
So you're
democratic
going to ask the
election.
question and answer it?
Well, I'll tell you why. I want to ask you. I'll tell you why the mob was there. The mob was there in defiance of the 2020 fair election. And if they're there for that reason, their only goal must be to overturn that election, therefore insurrecting American democracy. How do you argue that?
I will. I thought the whole point of it was to get Pence to kick it back to the state, to have them recount the whole thing with the state.
Then you agree with me.
They wanted Pence. They
wanted to hang Pence, remember? They wanted to hang him.
See, this is why.
You realize that
this is why everybody thinks liberals are
modulators
soft.
change your voice but not your cadence, you fucking retard?
Hold on, Rich. Hold on, because if we keep moving you down, we can't bring you back
I
up.
still understand what we're talking about here.
No, I'm just saying, like, you could use a voice modulator to change your voice, but it doesn't change
I am not.
fucking
You said I had a fake account.
all that kind of fucking shit.
I'm not. Are you using a voice modulator?
Tonality.
Yeah.
Are you going to be at the Capitol tomorrow? This is the exact guy who's going to be at the Capitol. They're tricking me. They're tricking me with voice moderation, and they believe that I'm going to try to steal their vote.
Modulation.
Get the
Like,
fuck out of
fucking
here.
retard.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right, so moving on.
Why were they there? Why was the mob there on January 6th?
Fuck
Tell me that.
horror movies.
Good God.
Tell me why the mob was there. Just tell me.
You're asking it
To
again.
overturn the election.
Okay, cool.
Right?
So, okay, cool. So what do you, Team, I want to address the other topics. You want the W on that one, take the fucking W. I care less. So what do you guys think, what would you want Trump to stop doing that he's doing?
I don't give a fuck about Trump. Trump's going to be gone.
I can tell you. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
He's not my president. He's not my president.
Hold on, Mike, calm down.
He's a fascist cunt.
Joe,
I love that you said that. Go ahead, Keith.
I would like for Trump to stop fucking ignoring the Constitution. I would love.
Okay, how does he ignore the Constitution?
Birthright citizenship.
Right.
What?
What? What?
Supreme Court.
Hold on, let me tell you now. Due process. Another.
Due process.
What due process? Wait, what? See, again, this is
What?
the part where you guys just say things.
How can you tell it's an immigrant without due process? How can you just arrest somebody without due process?
How do you get it?
How can you deport somebody unless you have due process?
Joe, how do you get a deportation order without any type of process?
Your president says deport them, and they
How
deport.
do you get the deportation order?
This is already fact. We have deported American citizens that were not illegal immigrants.
Name one immigrant that got deported. Give me the name.
I will. Give me a second.
Take your time. Now, when the person has a deportation order, that means they got the order from somewhere. There's a process. Due process, not some everlasting. You don't get appeals. You don't get all this shit. No. Due process means, stopping someone and asking them for their papers is due process. It's not like you guys are acting like due process. You say the birthright citizenship.
Mike, listen. Due process is the entire process.
No.
Jeff Bennett.
Listen, Joe.
Amnanawa.
Listen, due process is the entire process from arrest throughout appeal. It's not one step. It is the entire process. And you do not get to skip any of them. If you skip any of them, you are violating the Constitution.
Trust me, Hakima would know.
I definitely know that.
I'll put it in the chat.
Nah, did you read the back channel? Listen to it! Listen to it!
Shut up, Rich. You're crazy. You're crazy.
It's true!
No.
Just wait.
I swear, this app is insanity. This room is crazy. Late night in the month.
Yeah, like what if they just grabbed you and they just said you're an immigrant and you're deported and you got to go to San Salvador? What are you gonna say? Because you like Trump, you're gonna be like, oh, it won't happen to me. You know, haven't you ever heard that poem? At first they came for the Jews, then they came for whatever. You know, I think I can't remember the name of the poet.
I get it. There was no one left to come for. I know.
Yeah. So this is what the lack of due process does, and this administration has already been guilty of deporting individuals who have no illegal issues and are American citizens. This is documented. I just posted it in the chat. And now Trump wants to have a police state in Washington, D.C. This is the same issue that New York went with stop and frisk. Stop and frisk is not due process. We know these things. Everybody thinks it's fine if it's not them. And that's the biggest problem with the Republican Party. Oh, if it's not me, it's okay. If it's not me being black, it's okay. If it's not me being Hispanic, it's okay. And a police officer can just stop and frisk because I look to them like a criminal. That's not due process. That's not Miranda. That's not America. It's fucking dumb.
Miranda v. Arizona only applies during consensual conversations, detention, or arrest when a person is being questioned. That's only during detention specifically or arrest. And it's only for the sake of using those words against you.
Oh,
so,
then why don't you apply that legal brain to stop and frisk? Why don't you apply that legal brain to stop and frisk? Go ahead.
You
explain stop and frisk to me. Use that legal brain.
Did they stop people and frisk them? Which is actually covered. Let's see, Terry v. Ohio.
Are they being observed as violating a
No,
crime?
there just has to be a suspicion.
A suspicion based on the observation of a police officer.
Yes, the totality of events, including, which even in the summary of the judges in Terry v. Ohio said, even in a high crime rate area where there's a suspicion of criminal activity, then if a person is acting in a manner that would lead them to think that it's suspicious, on the basis of it being a high crime rate or dangerous or, violent area, then yeah, they can stop and frisk people. But it's only a pat down. You also have to use the back of the hands, and the only way that you could actually enter into the cavity of a pocket is if you suspect that there's a weapon. I mean, this is covered in Terry v. Ohio. I don't know what else you fucking want settled case law under district court fucking rulings that's already been fucking briefed
so how are they
the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's already fucking agreed with it. They didn't have any problem.
What? No.
On Terry v. Ohio?
Let me look.
Yeah, you should look up Terry v. Ohio and pat down.
Then why aren't they doing stop and frisk anymore?
Nah, do you not hear it? Oh, because they were claiming that it was racially based.
It was racially based.
Because it was
Statistics clearly outlined that it was racially based.
I mean, you can say that if they're doing it in high crime rate areas.
Because of the statistics.
You can say it if it's being done in a high crime rate area that.
Are you saying high crime rates are racist?
No, I'm saying that the inner cities, which are predominantly African American and Latino, tend to be the highest crime rate areas. And if you're going to police the highest crime rate areas, that would be like saying it's racist for. Hold on. No. We're not going to play this. You're not a moderator. Shut the fuck up. If you want to come back to your other account and fucking mod, then do that. But that would be the equivalent of somebody saying it's racist to stop and talk to people and detain people in Lagos, Nigeria, on the basis of saying that they're black. Like, imagine being in Nigeria, the police officers being accused of being racist towards black people.
We're not in Nigeria.
Black people in.
Why are you talking about Nigeria?
You might as fucking well.
We're in America.
Harlem. If you're
why are you talking about Nigeria?
Which are predominantly
You just proved my point. You just proved my point.
It's not racially based when you are policing an area that is predominantly black and Hispanic because you're trying to lower the crime rate, and it tends to be predominantly black and Hispanic people in that area. Who the fuck else are you going to stop? It's not like there's a bunch of white people that you can stop in fucking Harlem or fucking Brooklyn or the fucking Bronx in those fucking high crime rate areas. It's almost all exclusively black and Hispanic people. So if you're going to stop people, you're going to have to stop them. That's the point I make about Lagos, Nigeria. It would be the equivalent of somebody saying it's racist for black cops to stop black people in Nigeria.
What about stop and frisk in New Mexico? What about stop and frisk in Nevada? What about stop and frisk in Colorado?
Yes, if you stop and frisk people in fucking Arizona.
That's the constitutional challenges right now. Those are the constitutional challenges.
You just made my fucking argument, you fucking
No, I did not.
If
you kept talking about Brooklyn.
If you stop and frisk people in high crime rate areas in New Mexico, it's going to be predominantly Hispanic and indigenous fucking people. So then you can't say fucking racist because you're stopping 100 people and 99% of the people tend to be
not in Colorado.
And the population in
Southern California,
like fucking 99% fucking Hispanic. Like if you're in a high crime rate area, oh my God, this is so.
It is not.
Stupid.
It is
when
not.
You're in the most dangerous areas.
Demographic. That is
oh
not
my God, you're fucking stupid. Look up the FBI statistics on fucking crime rate, especially in cities like.
Let me tell you,
Harlem, Brooklyn,
You're proving my point.
No, I'm not proving your point.
Yes,
I'm
you
proving
are.
the point.
You're saying stop and risk is based on. Why don't they stop and risk in Minnesota?
Let me ask you a question.
Why don't they do it in Wisconsin? Why don't they do it in Michigan?
They should.
Because they don't need to.
They should.
Oh, why? Why should they?
They should. You're allowed to do fucking Terry frisk.
That's why they should.
Do you know why it's called a fucking Terry frisk? It literally comes from Terry v. Ohio and the settled case law that you're allowed to do an exterior pat down on people. You can only enter the pockets or the waistline if you think that there is a weapon. So if you're doing an exterior pat down with the back of your fucking hand and you're like, oh shit, there's a Glock in his fucking waistband, you can go and get the fucking.
You still need reasonable. You still need reasonable.
You don't need
it. You still need reasonable. Under theory.
You can do under Terry v. Ohio.
You need reasonable suspicion. You need
come back on your other account and moderate and violate. Do
you need reasonable suspicion or not? Do you need reasonable suspicion or not?
No, not if you're in a high crime rate area. This is what the judges said in the fucking Terry v. Ohio case. I've listened to the entire fucking audio on it. They said that if it is a high crime rate area, or if there has been situations of like threats towards the police department, which is why they went out and talked to him, and they went and fucking patted him down, and then they deemed that it was constitutional for them to fucking pat him down because they'd already had fucking threats to that fucking police department.
I'm gonna put a little verb here in the chat about stopping.
Nah, do you hear it?
Yeah, there is lack of reasonable suspicion. Stopping and frisking individuals without specific articulable facts that suggest they are involved in criminal activity is unconstitutional. That's
RAS, reasonable suspicion, and only for attention.
Stop and frisk rules.
Okay, Rich, can we let Joe speak? Please one at a time.
Joe can always come back in his other account, and then he can mod.
I don't have another account.
Abide by the fucking rules.
I don't have another account.
I
don't know why you're saying that.
Hold on, guys. The court ruled that police may stop a person if they have reasonable suspicion that
Reasonable
Oh, one minute, I'm not done talking. The court
Reasonable,
ruled that
articulable suspicion of a crime that has been committed, is being committed, or about to be committed.
I'm telling you, listen, reasonable suspicion that the person is involved in criminal activity and may be armed. So they can't just go around frisking them.
Reasonable articulable suspicion is of a crime that may be committed, or has been committed, is being committed, or is about to be committed.
One moment. I wouldn't say that what I just read is analogous.
You should look up Terry v. Ohio in the judge's summary when they said that if it's a high crime rate area, you can make stops on people and do what they call a Terry pat down. Go listen to the fucking audio. Look at this. Go to YouTube.
Go to YouTube.
Don't fuck ChatGPT.
Go to
Fuck
YouTube.
OpenAI. Go to YouTube. Yes, go to YouTube and type in Terry v. Ohio audio of judges. Listen to the entirety of it where the judges say that yes, if there has been threats to the police department, or if it's in a high crime rate area, you can usually get it. They say that it is not intrusive. It is not intrusive to do a Terry pat. It is not intrusive to do a Terry pat down.
Bro.
Motherfucking Mike.
I was in the middle of talking and the guy just fucking went on a rant. So, I read that part. I would not say that what I read is equivalent to a reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime, because it literally says just reasonable suspicion that he's involved in criminal activity and may be armed.
Okay. And if you read in the Terry v. Ohio from the judges, they say that it's a high-rated area, high crime rate area, you can do a Terry pat down, and it is not considered intrusive. It is not a violation of that. No, it's not.
The whole thing. You are not.
Oh my God, I have. I've literally listened to it like 17 times.
I put it in the chat.
Yeah, the entire audio.
Bunch of fucking high schoolers. You guys
read the chat. I put it in the chat.
Go and click on the fucking video.
Lack of reasonable suspicion. Stopping and frisking individuals without specific articulable facts that suggest they are involved in criminal activity is unconstitutional.
Thank you, ChatGPT, for giving you a basic summary.
Lack of reasonable
basic summary that lacks nuance.
No, that's not from ChatGPT.
Go on YouTube and watch the entire fucking audio
of
the judges saying that if a person does a Terry pat down in a high crime rate area, it is not intrusive and it does not violate the Constitution.
You can violate someone's Constitution because other people do crime? Does that make sense?
No, I'm telling you what the fucking judges have stated.
No, I'm telling you.
Terry v. Ohio.
I just put in the chat.
Oh my God! I'm gonna get.
Oh my God!
We'll play the audio. We'll let Nye play the audio of the judges saying that it's reasonable.
Does that make sense to you?
The judges saying that it is fucking reasonable for an officer to stop a person in a high crime rate area, and it is not intrusive to do a Terry pat down because it's non-invasive. They're not going into the pocket.
It still doesn't matter.
They can stop anybody they fucking want under Terry.
They can't violate their freedom.
Hold on, one mic, please.
Even if Terry says...
Go listen to the audio, you fucking retard.
Shut the fuck up.
Listen to the actual judges giving their summary saying.
Just shut the fuck up.
Rich, you the last 5 times you talked, you said the same thing.
I put it in the chat.
I know, and no one's listening. No one on YouTube and type in Terry v. Ohio, judges fucking
I did. This is the quote.
No, you didn't. You took ChatGPT and...
I'm going to read this. If I could read this, really. Just let me read this.
Yeah, let him read it, please, Rich. I'll interrupt you, please, and then
Yes. Lack of reasonable suspicion. Stopping and frisking individuals without specific articulable facts that suggest they are involved in criminal activity is unconstitutional. That is from Terry. Yes, it is. It's from Terry v. Ohio.
Okay, pause.
Terry v. Ohio via ChatGPT.
Okay, hold on.
Or fucking Google AI.
That's from the case law. That's from the case law.
No, it's not, because you have
Yes,
to listen
it is. Prove
to
me
the
wrong.
judges
Prove
saying
me
that if
wrong.
it's a high crime rate area, it is not invasive to do a Terry frisk.
It's not invasive to violate.
It's not invasive to do a Terry
You're saying that because you're saying that in a high. You are telling us.
In a high
You're
crime
literally
rate,
telling
the
us in a
whole
high crime
entirety,
area.
the entirety of the Terry case was
Shut up
that
for a second.
someone
Shut
was
up.
standing across from
Shut
the
up for a
police
second.
station, that they were standing across. Oh my God. God damn it, shut the fuck up, you fucking retard, Joe.
You expect us.
I really need y'all to have one.
Okay, I agree. I should be allowed to talk since he's already finished his summation of reading Terry v. Ohio. So I'm going to say one thing last, and then I'll let you guys have it. I'm going to say one last thing. The entirety of Terry v. Ohio, Taco, you fucking retard, was that a person, a man and his wife, were standing across the street from a police department that had threats against the law enforcement agency. So the officers went out and conducted a pat-down of the person, and then they sued, and the judges agreed with the police and said, yes, they're allowed to go out there because they had had violent threats a couple weeks prior to that department, and they deemed it to be suspicious that there was people filming from across the street. And they said it was not invasive or intrusive to fucking pat them down. They said if they went in their pockets, not feeling a firearm or a weapon, that it would be invasive and intrusive. God, this is what the judges said in the audio, you dipshits.
No,
I've literally listened to it like 17 times. I love the Terry v. Ohio case.
You should actually spend your time doing other things.
You guys didn't even know what Terry v. Ohio was before I fucking said it. You had to
don't know what the
fucking ChatGPT it
Constitution is.
firstly. Secondly, you didn't even understand the
is.
context, and you didn't listen to the judge's fucking summary.
Okay,
Fucking
Rich.
idiots.
Okay, Rich. Mic up, please. Go on, mic on Joe.
You expect us to believe that Terry v. Ohio, that one court decision allows for police officers to stop and frisk individuals without specific articulable facts that suggest they are involved in a crime. Are you saying that that's what that case law allows police to do? Is to stop and frisk people without articulable...
Yes, that's what he's going to say. Why are you doing this?
Yes, because that's literally what the judge says in the audio, you fucking retard. She says, it's a female judge in Terry v. Ohio, where she says that it is not a
you're saying you are literally saying
to make sure that the person does not have. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's lawful for an officer to order you out of the vehicle?
No.
It is. It's settled case law. An officer can order you out of the vehicle for officer safety. You're a fucking idiot. You don't understand fucking settled case law. If you are under a fucking traffic stop, if you are under a traffic stop, and the officer says, I need you to exit the vehicle for officer safety,
Why?
you have to get out of the fucking car.
No,
There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
What's that? Give me the case
Rich,
law.
I'm
Give me the case
disappointed.
law.
I'll look up the one that goes for officer safety, where an officer can force you out of the vehicle.
If an officer pulls me over for a traffic infraction, they pull me over. They have no right to search the vehicle. They have no right to ask me out of the vehicle.
Well, they do a
only
sniff test.
have.
They can also do a dog, or they
It
can.
doesn't matter. The only power
They can tell you to get out of the car.
The only power they have in that traffic stop is to give me a citation.
God damn, you're dumb. If the officer says step out of the vehicle for officer safety, you have to exit the vehicle.
What is it?
Don't. He can arrest you for interfering with a law enforcement investigation.
You guys are fucking.
Prove that.
I will, dipshit.
No, where is that? What is the officer pulled
Rich,
me?
you're the one fucking feeding this, bro.
Yeah, that's so stupid. The officer
No, Joe,
pulled me over.
You're completely ignorant on everything you're saying, but Rich, you're the one.
No, that's not. No, this is.
Guys,
I'm a
how the
stop
fuck
and
we don't stop and fucking frisk? I don't understand.
No, if an officer pulls me over, they have no right. An officer has no right.
All right, cool.
No, they have no right to make me
cool.
exit my private property, which is my vehicle.
Okay.
If I made a traffic infraction, they can communicate the traffic infraction.
Hold on. Pennsylvania.
They have no right to pull me out of my vehicle.
It is Pennsylvania. Hold on.
We have one mic.
It is It is the Supreme Court Justice ruling in Pennsylvania v. Mims, 1979. You want the summary of it? You
No.
fucking piece of shit.
No.
1979?
The settled case law for this is U.S. Supreme Court, Pennsylvania v. Mims, decided in 1997. The ruling essentially says that once a vehicle is lawfully stopped, the officer can order the driver out of the vehicle for safety reasons.
Then
It's
why do
also
you
about
guys, why do
ensuring the
officers
safety
sued
of
every
the
year?
officer during the traffic stop. You
Wrong.
fucking piece of shit.
So that's, you can keep attacking me all you want. I'm not the one,
You don't know what you're talking about. You said that an officer can't forcefully tell you to get out of the fucking vehicle, but under
And he can
Pennsylvania v.
get,
Mims, he can.
let me
No, he
tell you,
can't.
maybe I should give you the number of police officers.
Maybe you should look up.
Who've
Maybe
been
you should look up
sued for
Pennsylvania v.
forcing
Mims, you
someone.
fucking retard.
Again, you keep attacking me.
Or simply officer safety. He can order you out of the vehicle.
Traffic stop.
That's the dumbest thing
A
I've ever
traffic stop cannot violate the autonomy of a citizen.
Is there fucking witness?
Bro, you sound like a sovereign citizen. You're an idiot.
No, I'm not sovereign. I'm just saying, you can't, a police officer.
I'm a free traveler. I did not agree to your contract.
Bro, you get something from you know how many
U.S. Supreme Court
how many police stations have been sued for millions of dollars for forcing drivers out of their car
You're dumb.
on traffic infraction? No, I'm dumb.
Cool, guys.
I'm dumb.
Are y'all gonna do this the rest of the night? Seriously, y'all have any respect for anyone else? Seriously.
Wait. Okay, so the settled case law for this is U.S. Supreme Court. Case law, Pennsylvania v. Mims, decided in 1977. The ruling is simply that once a vehicle is lawfully stopped, the officer can order the driver out of the vehicle for safety reasons.
That is no longer the case, bro.
No, it's not.
That is no longer the case.
This is why officers are allowed to tell you to get out of the car. You have to go to jail
so many
for interfering with a
Do you
person
know
that
how many police officers get sued for this every year, and the person always wins?
Right now, y'all know that? Y'all
They always win.
Y'all are
You do not have to pull somebody out of the car for a traffic infraction.
You can for officer safety.
They get sued and they lose. Maybe you should look at new cases. Maybe you should look at new cases.
Listen to these
and
two.
settlements.
Listen to these two. Listen to them. Listen to them.
What? What do you mean, listen to us?
Y'all, are y'all kidding me?
Do you think, wait, Mike Allen, do you think that if you get pulled over for a speeding ticket, that you should get out of the car if the police
If the cop
officer
asks me to get out of the
tells
car, I'm not gonna be like, hey, dude, you can't take out a car. I'm just gonna fucking do what he said. Who gives a fuck? What are y'all two doing? What are y'all doing?
Why are you getting out of the car if you're getting a speeding ticket? Because he tells you.
Because he wants
to get another charge on you. He wants to get you for drugs and murder.
You fucking retard.
This is so stupid.
You guys are
in the chat, you fucking idiot.
This is why I don't get out the car. I've been pulled over a bunch of times for speeding tickets. They asked me to get out of the car,
officer
never
tells
got
you
out of
to
the
get
car.
out of the vehicle, if he says,
I did
hey,
not.
I don't like you being in the car, please step out of the vehicle, you
I don't
have
give
to
a fuck what he likes. I don't give a fuck what he likes. No, I don't.
You'll go to jail, Mr. Libertarian. You'll go to jail.
I've never gone to jail for that.
All right, so I think part of the problem here is
I'm not. I've not gone to jail for not getting out of the car.
Many people have because they're
Hey, man, y'all just
Pennsylvania.
pause. Y'all both just fucking pause. Stop those talking. Jesus Christ.
So I think
Don't y'all read the chat?
problem here. I think
One
part of
mic
the
on
problem.
Taco.
I'm trying to talk. So I think part of the problem here is if the officers can frisk you when they see you, we need to go back, the initiation. Can the officers stop you? Well, can they detain you and compel you to be frisked? And that's where the overreach on the stop and frisk policy was happening. Yes, they can talk to you, and if you agree, whether knowingly or not, they can search you over your clothing and not violate your Fourth Amendment. And I'm reading right here, it says, there is nothing in the Constitution which prevents a policeman from addressing questions to anyone on the street. Absent special circumstances, the person approached may not be detained or frisked, but may refuse to cooperate and go on their way. However, given the proper circumstances, such as those in the case, it may seem to me the person may be briefly detained against their will while pertinent questions are directed to them. Of course, the person stopped is not obliged to answer. Answers may not be compelled, and refuse to answer furnishes no basis for an arrest, although it may alert the officer to the need for continued observation. So yes, if they have the right to, like, it's the question of the initiation of the stop.
If they initiate you on the stop and you're dead to rights where like they have a legal stop to begin with, you're gonna get frisked, right? They may not have enough to maybe go in your pockets or whatever the fuck, but then they're like, oh no, we found a gun, and then now this gun's found, and that evidence is good, and it's gonna stick in court. And then they can also expand that a bit where they can just go up to random people, start talking to you, you think it's a normal conversation, and then they just say, oh yeah, you know, you think they search you. I don't know the right terminology to use, but like they can search you without even realizing like they can search you against your will, and you just give that up. You know, so like it's a little bit of a nuanced thing. The thing is with the stop and frisk in the cities, I think they were overusing it, stopping people, just fucking feeling them up and saying, no, I can just do this. And it's like, no, you can't necessarily just do that. You can't force every person you stop to let you touch them all over and check for stuff. And I think that's probably where the problem lies with that. Because it's a little bit fucking absurd that if you're in a high crime area, it sounds like the person who's defending Terry v. Ohio so much that he would just probably agree with the idea that anybody in a high crime area can be subject to a police officer's frisking.
Even the grandmothers, stop and frisk them.
Right,
Fuck the Fourth Amendment. Fuck the Fourth Amendment.
Like, a police officer is able to do it, but he's not entitled to do it. You know, and some people might be confused in the situation where they believe they're obliged and they relinquish the right to say no.
How many cops?
And then I think in practice, what probably ended up happening is the cops are just going around grabbing everybody and touching them all over their body, all over the waistline,
not white
panty
people.
line,
not white
you know,
people.
just maybe not on the panty line. That's a violation. Actually, that's a Fourth Amendment violation. But you know, just around the bell.
Not white people.
Deep
They
in the
weren't
groin.
They weren't stopping and frisking Thomas Bates and
yeah, Joe was right about that.
Because there's no white people in those areas,
No,
you
but
fucking idiot.
let's not make this racial, but if you're
No, it's not racial.
That's why they stopped doing it.
That's why they stopped doing it. Because it was racial.
Hold on.
Oh my God! It is not racial to say that the majority of the population in Bankhead and Decatur, fucking Georgia, is like 99% black. So if they stop anybody, then it's based on race, right? That's what you're saying.
Decatur is not 99% black.
Let's not make
Decatur and Bankhead.
No, it is not.
You don't think that it's majority fucking African American? So then
Yeah, you're talking about
over
maybe like
50%.
58%.
Okay, 58%. You're a fucking liar. Let's look it up.
Look it up.
Here's the thing: if you're in New York City, right, and you're a victim
So
of
you're
gun
saying
crime,
it's 58% in the high crime rate areas in Decatur.
listen, if you're a victim of gun crime in New York City, 97% of the time it was a black or Hispanic person who shot you. So the cops don't actually have to really worry about the white people, honestly. You want to do effective crime control? You know, everyone who's not
Decatur's majority white.
Hold on.
Decatur's majority white.
Exactly. Would it be fucking racist to go into the south side of Chicago and police that area?
No.
If the majority of people that are stopping tend to be black?
Decatur's
Hey, liar. Decatur's majority white. Okay?
Yeah. We know.
Google it.
Get back in your other account. Shut the fuck up.
Google it. Decatur's majority white.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, but who does all the crime?
Hey, call me a retard faggot. Go ahead.
Hey,
I don't have to use those
Who does all
names
the crime?
because my facts speak for themselves.
I
don't have to
call
call
me
you
a retard faggot so bad, non.
Who does all the crime?
You said Decatur was 99% black.
I was
That
speaking.
shows.
You think,
I think you might be a
that I
racist.
really, hold on.
You did kind of show. You
really
really
think
showed
that I
that you
think
look
that
at
Decatur is
it.
99% fucking black?
You said
You
that.
really
You said
genuinely believe that
You
I think
said
it's 99%?
Oh, now you don't believe what you said?
Oh, yeah. I was.
Yeah.
99% black in Decatur. You know how stupid you are?
You said it. I didn't say it. You said it. It's majority white.
Language, you fucking retard.
Joe, can you answer
now
Paco's
I'm
question?
stupid.
Yeah,
Joe,
faggot retard.
Now I'm gay and retarded. I'm gay and retarded.
Faggot retard. I'm using your own words against you.
Because this guy said Decatur,
Somebody
Georgia,
already told me about your account.
guy,
Listen how he says too. Listen how he
this
says.
guy said Decatur, Georgia is a good example.
It's called hyperbolic language, you fucking retard.
Because it's 99% black when it's.
Yeah, I got 99 problems, but a Roger ain't one.
Okay, Joe,
Dude,
great. Joe, you got
and
him.
you're
buddy.
yelling at me.
Joe, you got him, buddy. Good job. Congratulations, Joe. You got him. Now, can you answer Taco's question?
Yeah, answer my question.
They're all
nice
black.
to be on
That's my
equal
answer. They're all
Yeah,
black.
it's nice to be on equal playing ground right now and not being moved with audience.
Rich, please, dude, please. Did you hear what Taco said, Joe?
No, I did not.
Taco, would you care to repeat it, or do you want me to paraphrase it?
Who does the majority of crime in Decatur, Georgia by race?
I do not know.
He meant Decatur.
But is it a percentage of crime? Because if the majority percentage is white, and the same number of people who do crime are white and black, then those percentages don't mean much, do they? And they still don't accumulate to the ability of stop and frisk, not violating the Fourth Amendment.
Let's not be hypothetical, because you just...
That's not hypothetical.
You just did. You said if.
If. Are you going to tell me?
No, even worse. You said but if.
Well, tell me. You tell me who does the most crime in Decatur.
Well, I'm Googling it, since you can't be bothered to. Because you were asked the question, so you have the obligation now.
You want me? I'll Google it.
I'm Googling it.
No problem.
No. You had the opportunity.
No, I wanted.
No, you had the opportunity. You didn't want to. I know.
I was Googling.
You wanted to
claim that 99% of Decatur was black.
It's called hyperbolic language, you fucking faggot retard.
That's actually not called hyperbolic language. It's called emotive language. You idiot.
Or it's called hyperbolic language. I know that the first guy was wrong, and I didn't even know that the second guy. It sounds right what the second guy said, but you should have.
Therefore, it's emotive, you moron. Hyperbolic. Fucking idiot.
It definitely wasn't hyperbolic. Yes, he is. Yeah.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
But I will say you were hypothetical.
Extreme exaggeration to make the point, you fucking idiot.
Well, I just use statistics. I know why you're so
hyperbolic
mad.
language, exaggeration.
What do you expect from a lady? What do you expect from a
faggot
lady
retard.
that...
Say faggot retard, yeah.
I'm not a
figure of speech that uses extreme exaggeration to make a point.
Emotive.
Creative emphasis and add humor. So it can be used either way for hyperbolic language.
You didn't add any humor though. So
no, it said or humor.
You have no
or, meaning that it can be used as a humorous statement, you fucking idiot.
Does it say in there it could be just used if you're a fucking idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about?
Oh, no, it says that you're a fucking idiot and you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't know that Pennsylvania v. Mims in 1979 says that a law enforcement officer fucking demands you to close the vehicle. And if you don't, then you're going to fucking jail for interfering with a law enforcement investigation.
If you're black or Hispanic.
In a heavily policed area that tends to be predominantly black and Hispanic, you can't then say it's fucking racism.
Not in Colorado. Not in Decatur, like I just proved.
Stupid. They did it in New York City.
Majority white. Decatur is majority white. Decatur is majority white.
Overpopulated by African Americans within New York City, and they're like,
why did they stop it?
Why weren't they in Manhattan?
Why did they stop it?
White people.
Why did they stop it? Why did they stop it?
Stupid.
Yeah.
Why weren't they in Long Island? Fucking stopping Italians.
Why don't we do stuff?
Because Long Island doesn't have the highest crime rate in the city, but fucking Harlem, Brooklyn, and the Bronx do.
Yeah, the neighborhood.
Oh my God!
Why don't we do it anymore?
Joe, the neighbor, like if
because they claimed that it was racist.
Rich, bro. Seriously.
The highest.
No, he asked a dumbass question. I gave him a fucking honest response because they claimed that it was racism. It was fucking racism.
No, you guys are worse than like the black sphere in here right now.
There is no black sphere in here right now. It's just mostly white rage. So, whatever. William, are you there, William? Or Mike? Go ahead, Mike.
I'm here. Go ahead, William.
I'm not sure why I'm here, but I'm here.
Yeah, what the fuck? You guys, I mean, seriously, you guys were talking for 20 minutes about stop and frisk. I don't even know how we got to that topic, and stop and frisk doesn't even exist anymore. What are we doing right now?
Only because they claimed it was racism, dude.
Women, dude.
Because they claimed it was racist to do so.
All right, cool.
It was racist to do so.
No, it wasn't.
All the statistics bear that out.
Oh my
Look
God.
at the stop and frisk statistics.
Wait, hold on.
Look at all of them.
You, the biggest person that doesn't want to accept fucking statistics when they go against your fucking bullshit. And you're like, I don't accept that. They're skewed. Who did the statistic analysis? Oh.
It was racist as it was applied.
No, it wasn't.
Look at
They did it in the highest crime rate area.
I'll put something in the chat.
Yeah, you do that. You do that.
Okay, Joe, we know.
You do your bullshit. What is it? All fucking statistics are bullshit. Isn't that something like that? How's it go?
Okay. So, Joe, we get it. You're a Democrat. Everything to you is racist. We understand this. I wanted to get back to this topic about what's actually going on. This is now the second time you guys have gotten derailed on a topic that is literally non-existent. So, Joe, earlier, if you don't mind getting back to this shit about how you were banging on Trump and your president, I think you mentioned inflation. Are you saying inflation's a problem right now?
Isn't it? Did inflation go down?
Yes.
What are the interest rates right now?
Well, the
mortgage, 30 or more.
Already been lowered.
Are they?
They should have already been.
They're not.
Well, that.
My bank, but I do mortgage loans all day. The rates are not lower.
I never said that.
Are eggs down?
Yeah, egg prices.
Is gas down?
Yes, gas is down.
From when?
From when Trump took office. And egg prices are down from when Trump took office. The inflation, and you want to mention the interest rates, you're right. See, this is what you guys do. You're like, no, interest rates aren't down. Well, let me tell you this, Joe. Right before the election, inflation was higher than it was now. And the dude lowered the interest rates right before the election to try to help Joe Biden. Now, by all standards, by all metrics that should be used, by every single metric that should be used to lower an interest rate, the interest rate should have already been lowered. And he hasn't done it yet. That doesn't mean he shouldn't have done it. He should have already done it because he did it back in September, right before the election, when inflation was higher than it was then.
Can you do me a favor and Google, have costs gone down under Trump? Just Google that for me.
Bro, gas is lower. Eggs are lower. This is
No, maybe to you, but just Google that for me and see what you see. Just ask Google, have costs gone down since Trump's been elected?
Well, that's a very broad answer. That's very broad.
And the answer is no.
Cost.
All right, here's the one that I was trying to remember. It says, you're probably thinking of the one where it says there are three kinds of lies. It says damned lies. It says there's lies, damned lies, and the statistics. So yeah, there you go.
So don't believe me. I don't matter. I don't matter in this at all. Just Google.
No, we should listen to the progressives when they run statistical analysis, and they say that,
I'm not running
Trump is the
worst
fucking
Just
president
Google
of
it.
all time, or
because here's what I see
the worst
from
president of
Google.
all time.
Here's what I see from Google.
Libertarians are a bunch of fucking idiots.
Rising consumer prices. The Consumer Price Index, the CPI, a key measure of inflation, shows a 2.7% higher than they were a year ago. Impacts on tariffs, largely attributed to President Trump, include to increased prices.
Inflation's at 2.7. It's not 2.7 higher. It's at 2.7.
No, it's 2.7 higher than they were a year ago. That's not inflation. That's the price of consumer goods. Inflation and interest rate lending is not tied to consumer goods. So don't ask me. Google it. I don't fucking matter.
All right, you ready? You ready? So I'm going to read some shit too. Here you go. You ready?
Yeah, read it to me.
Hey, hi there.
Annual inflation rate now 2.7% decrease from. Okay, hold on. Gasoline prices are 9.5% cheaper than in July last year. Some categories, electronics and goods, have become cheaper. Prices for produce have fallen in certain areas. Airline fares have saw a significant decrease. Grocery prices rose from 2.2% ago, but are considerably lower. Shelter costs remain a primary driver of inflation. That's the interest rates right there. I mean, would you need more? Need more?
Yeah, I think the key is in some areas, like you said.
What? Overall.
So we talk about government.
Overall cost of goods are down, and I don't know how you're going to dispute that.
Let's Google that. I'm going to Google that right.
I just fucking read it to you, bro.
Well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do my own research, and I'm going to ask Copilot in Google if costs are down under Trump, and I'll let you know what I find.
Do you think if you worded it differently, you would get a different answer? Try that. Try not using
Of
Trump
course you
and then
would.
using Trump, and see if your answers are going to be different. Just like
I won't put his name in there at all. I won't put his name in there at all.
why were eggs so?
Well, William, you have to understand, it does a thing called sycophantic behavior, where it tells you what you want to hear. And because he's a libertarian who hates fucking Trump, everything that it's going to answer is going to fucking be a libertarian standpoint. And it's going to fucking hate Trump. So no matter which way you ask it, you'd be like, is Trump now the greatest president on earth? And it'd be like, fuck Trump. He wants to fucking he wants to do tariffs and fucking put us in more debt. And it'll answer the way that he knows he wants to fucking hear. That's all it does. It's called sycophantic behavior.
Because it knows his history.
Yes, exactly. It knows every question. See, now he's going to go back and get in his fucking main account, come back in here and moderate the room. Fucking Roger.
That was Roger?
You didn't realize the cadence, the tonality, the way he's flexing? You didn't realize that? You don't realize that Brent with a T is his other account too?
Wait, who? Brent with a T?
Brent with a T.
I don't think I've seen that account.
You didn't realize that was Roger?
Wait, was Brent with a T in here?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Brent with a T's been in here a bunch of times.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to be on the lookout for Brent with a T.
But hold on, Nye, did you not hear the cadence and the tonality and
After a while, I did. I didn't believe it at first, but after a while, I was like,
Well, I'll tell you an example. So, like, for example, there's a guy named the Wolf, and he goes into like a Christian apologetic rooms, and he'll come in and he has like this high pitched voice and stuff. And then one day he accidentally turned off his voice modulation. And he's like, hey, what's up, Rich? And I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, why do you sound like Steve Urkel? And he's like, I said it that way so it like fucks with people because I know it agitates them, the sound of my voice. But he sounds completely normal. He's like this 18-year-old Assyrian kid or Chaldean that like hates Muslims, and he knows like everything about Islam. But he has like this really high-pitched Steve Urkel like fucking voice. But as soon as his
craziness.
Yeah, you can download voice modulator apps. So you make yourself sound like an old lady if you want, or an old man.
You're saying he goes in with different personalities. Does he have different opinions?
Oh, no, so you have to think about it. Like, Roger will come in here and say that I don't fucking like Trump, and I think he's a piece of shit. But he's, like, kind of indifferent and neutral on it in the sense that he's not, like, fucking railing against him. But then he can come in, and he does that, he gains favor from the room, and he doesn't want to piss off, like, Trump supporters like myself and others that will do the entire crash out like we just did, and then lose us to, like, fucking everybody fucking leaving the room and be like, fuck that guy. All he does is, like, it's like when you hear Pepe screaming fucking racial obscenities nonstop. You know, nobody wants to go to Pepe's room anymore except for racists. So the only people he would have in here, if he were to do that, Roger Word, is he would have libertarians. And that's it. He would have anti-Trump and libertarian people, and it would turn into an echo chamber. But he can go in another fucking, burner account, voice modulate and change his voice a little bit, and then say whatever he wants to stir the pot.
What is with you? This is not a burner account. There's no voice modulation.
He came back in.
I had a little internet thing, internet misconnection, but you're like the typical.
Did your phone die?
Am I a
like
lizard?
It always does.
Am I a lizard person?
Yes, you're a lizard person, Roger.
I'm a lizard person voice modulating a fake account. Okay. Typical Trump voter. Everybody who disagrees with you doesn't exist.
Yeah, did you hear the cadence and the tonality of the speech pattern? And how bad he wanted to say fucking faggot retard?
Never said that. You have plenty of times, which just shows exactly why you like stop and frisk.
He likes his long pauses too when you call him out on shit and he has to think.
That's my voice modulator. My voice modulator takes some time. and I had to create new accounts to talk to Trumpers. Like that would fucking matter.
You know, you can simply just download a Google Voice fucking phone number and just get the verification code and start a new account.
No, you can simply just follow the Constitution.
Like I did with
America.
802 accounts
Did
that I
not vote
have
for a
because I got 800 Google Voice fucking phone numbers and then sent myself fucking verification codes.
Yeah, just let's deport everybody who looks like an immigrant.
You know, you can make your voice sound a little bit different, but like the cadence,
It's
the
my
tonality,
voice. I'm not
like
faking
your
it.
speech pattern, all that kind of
That's
shit.
what you guys do. That is fun.
Yeah.
That is. You actually just proved the point. It is that you don't think
The more you talk, the more we hear it.
No, you actually think that it's anybody who actually disagrees with you can't be real, and that's why you vote against your own interests. And I think
no, I think you're
fucking
real.
hilarious. I think that's fucking hilarious.
I think
How
that
much
when you're
Republicans vote against their own
in your
Where's your
fucking
Medicaid
main account,
Where'd your
you
medical
don't-
go?
you don't
Where's your
want it
Social
to
Security go?
when
Do you have Social
exactly.
Security?
You're regurgitating what fucking Brad
Do you have
said.
Social Security?
It's amazing that Joe wasn't in here the other day when when fucking Brad was, but somehow you're regurgitating fucking bullshit lies. And it was unemployment, you fucking dipshit. That's all I received.
You got unemployment?
Yeah.
Get a fucking job. Republican.
I did.
Ronald Reagan,
I
get
did.
a fucking job.
I did. I started a fucking business.
Bullshit.
I know.
How's your business doing?
How's the cars parked on your fucking front grass in your fucking yard where you live with your fucking parents?
I don't have any.
I know.
I don't live with my parents, and I don't have any cars in my front lawn. But you have a business.
Shit. Say that.
I actually hope your business is going well, by the way.
It is doing very well, and I thank you,
Good.
Mr. Libertarian, for supporting me in my
No, I
business
actually
venture.
hope that is true.
Yes,
no matter
it is.
whatever, I really do.
I know.
I wish I could go into business for myself, but I don't. I failed trying to do some. I just had a bad run.
You sold Pokemon cards for a while, didn't you?
No, I did a consulting thing.
I heard that you were like a big
mortgage quality
Pokemon.
control.
You were a big Pokemon dealer.
Okay, I thought we were going to be honest, but never mind.
No, I thought you were a Pokemon dealer. I thought you dealed in Charizard cards, holographic Charizards. I mean, that's just what I've heard on Clubhouse.
So, Rich, let me ask you something. If you think Joe is Roger, is
Oh,
that
110%.
wait? Is that why you're raging out on him as Joe when he's
Oh,
Mojo?
because Pepe made it.
You don't
Pepe made
talk
it.
to him like this when he's Mojo.
Oh, I can tell you why. Because Pepe made a really good point. He said that when Roger has his mod badge, he's a bully and he over moderates the room so he can make his point and so he can get his point across and so he can say what he wants to say. And Pepe does have, there is the semblance of truth there. But if he comes in his burner account, then he can crash out, then he can come back in and be like, hey, what the fuck's going on here?
But it still doesn't make any sense. If you
he doesn't have his main account. If he wants to come back in and kick me out, he can do that.
No,
but go back in your main account.
You think I'm
Switch your phone, log out, switch back in your main account, or pick up your second phone and come back in and kick me out. I'm fine with that.
Wait, that's what I'm saying. If you think he's Roger, why are you talking to him like this? No,
I'm not Roger.
Oh, because right at this exact moment he doesn't have mod privileges, so he can't just keep muting people and kick them down to the audience.
But wait,
because he came off his high horse and off his soapbox and stopped pontificating, and now he can talk at eye level.
But why does it matter if he has a mod badge, though?
Oh, because he'll just kick you out of the room.
So, but that's what
I'm saying. 100%. He'll kick you out of the room if he's under his main account and he wants to be a dick.
He doesn't do that.
He'll kick you out of the room. Yeah, he does. Because he does. He finds little fucking concrete fucking reasons to fucking kick people out. He's like, oh, this person violated the rules, or oh, Scarlett said this person doxed this person. Yeah, we gotta kick him out.
Yeah, but you're still talking about his behavior. Are you changing your personality, dealing with his personality?
Exactly.
Oh, no, you have to
understand what's actually going on here, William, is the mischief that's going on between these three rooms.
Well,
It's a lot larger than just this room, William. You're not privy to all this.
Neither am I.
Roger got kicked out of fucking Healthy Debates, and he's not a mod there unless JB's there. And so yeah, he went and started his own room, and now he's trolling fucking chillism by pretending to like Monica and making her a fucking mod. And I'm just enjoying the show, just like John Kitover.
I will
say. Go ahead, because I'm just confused. I'm still confused. And I'm not giving you shit, Rick. I'm confused why you're turning up the sass with Joe if you think he's.
Oh, I'm just having fun.
Because if
yeah, I don't. Yeah, but Nye, I don't. Yeah, I know.
Like
yeah, but Nye, here's the thing. I don't care if I get kicked out. It doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Do you feel like you're being just if this person is actually Mojo? Do you think you're being a little disrespectful?
Oh, yeah, that's the intent, because he doesn't have the mod privilege right now. If he wants to come back in and kick me out, that's fine.
So I'm guessing that you just don't like him overall as a person.
I think there's a lot of truth in what Pepe was saying, that's all.
Who the hell gives a damn what the hell Pepe is saying? What? Pepe, y'all turning to getting tips and clues from Pepe?
Well, I mean, you realize the only reason Anne's in here as a moderator is just to piss Pepe off, because Pepe is infatuated, right?
Well, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really follow the lives of these people and who they like.
Oh, yeah, this is like, you got to be, like, really into Telemundo. Yeah. You got to like their telenovelas, you know? Like, it's interesting.
Alan Dean, Pepe is a beautiful human being. Yeah, Alan Dean, who calls black people the N-word and black women.
I'm actually Roger.
He's a beautiful human being, Alan Dean. Okay, Alan Dean. Let us know where you stand.
I actually am Roger in a deep fake. Super Roger. That's me.
There it is.
Isn't that what Roger said earlier when Pepe said that he was fat?
Oh, okay.
What if Joe is the real and Roger and Mojo's actually?
Yeah, exactly, right?
I could be. You guys tell me, because you tell yourself everything else you want to believe.
I will say, I didn't pick it up at first. Hold on. Let me finish. When y'all two were bickering earlier.
Go Republican. Whatever I want to believe is true.
I said one sentence. Y'all ever heard of someone setting something up and then making a point? Let someone finish the sentence. When y'all were bickering back and forth, I didn't even think twice about that.
Victim.
Now, he pointed out, and I will say...
You're always victims.
Hold on. I will say, some words you do use do sound a bit like Roger's tone. But
I am
other times,
I am Roger.
Cadence, the speech patterns.
But I am Roger. I do hear.
You guys are Republican.
Do you not hear it? I even said
I am Roger.
Y'all do this in normal life? Like when y'all are in normal life, walking around and interacting with people, y'all just like...
You're all thinking that people are stealing your jobs?
Weird.
Y'all walking around thinking people are stealing your jobs? I'm Roger. Let's go. I'm Roger.
No, I'm hoping that that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, saying ain't so, Joe.
Now, they're stealing your jobs. Come on, I'm Roger.
This is the part that makes me think it's not Mojo.
Let's get it.
Joe, if you really are Roger, this is absolutely effing hilarious.
Yeah, you Republican victims. You victims.
I love it.
Get rid of those EBT cards. Get rid of them. They're stealing your jobs.
It is an epic way to troll. And
it is an epic thing. I'm Roger.
Yeah, he deserves an Oscar.
I'm Roger Rabbit in this bitch. I'm gonna bunny hop in your ass. You victim Republican.
Somebody said I should change the title to Roger impersonation. I'm not doing shit. I'm not getting involved.
Yeah,
I'm not doing anything to piss Roger off.
Joe, how do you feel about the Aunt Jemima?
I'm worried about that chain on her ankle.
You boys, leave the blacks alone.
I'm just saying, Roger's fascination with syrup and all.
I didn't say anything about syrup. I'm not Roger, but I am Roger.
See right there, syrup.
He's like,
He said syrup, right?
He said I'm not obsessed with it.
I'm more worried about I'm more worried about those dumb fucking cunts in like Louisiana who like, goddamn, I can't make any money and my school doesn't have the 10 Commandments. Why isn't the government working for me? And we gotta only have illegal abortions that increase the maternal and paternal death rate. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the rest of the Bible Belt. You blood red Republicans, that's what I'm talking about. Not getting any benefit from anything Trump's doing. It's still more expensive. You still have less inquiries. You still have retardation in your schooling. And you're like, we're victims. I love it. I fucking love it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, did you hear the I love it? I love it. That's what Roger always says.
I am Roger, I already told you. I just hope Roger doesn't show up.
I bet he won't.
Like, invite him in. Invite Roger in here. I think I might like Roger.
Have they ever been seen together?
Hang on, I'm making a hot pocket of freedom.
No, William, right when Mojo left the room, Joe joined.
Yeah, I must be Roger. I must be that man.
So wasn't he already in here when Roger was in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I'm Roger.
I am.
Wait, you want me to bring my second account in here right now? How many you want in?
It wasn't right away, and I remember Akimo
Nobody wants your first account.
Mojo left, Akimo became mod, and then Joe became like on the business.
Yeah, I've been a victim. I've been a goddamn victim of this Democratic rule. How am I supposed to make money working at Walmart? 2 split shifts with a Democrat? Oh, wait, Trump will help us. Nope, he won't. He'll give a tax break to Sam Walton. Oh, shit. I'm still in my double shift with no benefits. Fuck me.
See, like, I see, normally I would reply to something like that if some dumb liberal said that, because it's such a dumb comment.
But then you don't like that.
Like, the thing
Roger said that. What Roger said.
You just, wow, see, there was, that was bad.
That was a good one.
That was bad.
Did you hear it?
Roger say that.
Oh my goodness, this is hilarious.
Isn't that crazy? So now, like, I feel like
I don't like trans women. I don't want to piss in a woman's bathroom as a man with a trans woman. Because if I'm in the wrong bathroom, then so is she. Go Trump.
Yeah, I think all women should change. I think all women's locker rooms should have at least one dick in it.
I'm actually I'm gonna fight female MMA next year. I think I'm gonna do well.
You know what's gonna be amazing is when the Supreme Court justices end up overturning gay marriage. That is gonna be fucking amazing.
What do you have against gay marriage? What the fuck is it about?
Yeah, they're allowed to be as miserable as the rest of us.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's just hate. That's just bigotry. You're a fucking bigot. Fuck you, you fucking bigot. Would Roger say that or whatever your fucking name is?
Roger would. Roger would say exactly that.
Why did you get that shit?
Exactly, and Roger would fall for that. Because
What is freedom?
Roger's not that smart.
You would fall for that. This guy acts like he doesn't really believe it.
Lower than me.
He acts like he doesn't really believe that gay people shouldn't be able to get married.
Matt Colton, Roger just said that laughed out loud.
Do you think gay people should be able to get married?
No.
Whoa, see how he trails off?
Why? Why?
Because I think it's the sanctity between God.
Wait, aren't all humans born sinful?
Oh, yes.
Then, and homosexuality is sinful?
Yeah, homosexuality is equal to having premarital sex.
Then it's natural, even in your belief.
Oh, no.
I
said it's equal.
Yeah, so if this is a perfect logical syllogism. If all men are born sinful, and homosexuality is sinful, then homosexuality is natural.
Oh, no, homosexuality homosexuality is a byproduct of a fallen world.
Created by Eve?
No. The dishonoring and disobedience of following God.
Where do you get that from? What Bible verse is that?
The scriptures.
What verse?
Genesis, when it says, thou shalt not eat, it says, do not eat of this tree, or ye shall surely die. And what it means to die is to be in a fallen world, a fallen state, where
the first woman that God creates, the very first woman God creates, in 15 minutes she eats of the tree, and he's like, shout.
Oh, yeah, because it's called free will.
What a stupid ass story for children.
It's called free will and volition.
How did she have free will? Is God omniscient? Is God omniscient? No, answer my question. Is God omniscient? Is God omniscient?
That God didn't create everybody to be robots.
You want God
to intervene.
Is God omniscient?
You deist piece of shit. You want God to intervene.
I am an atheist. I'm not deist.
You want God to intervene.
Would Roger say that?
When a child has cancer, or when a child gets raped or molested, you want God to intervene. That is
you won't answer my question.
Why would your God not intervene in that situation? Why does he not then intervene when you reject God?
Is God omniscient?
So you just know God
is God omniscient?
Is being robots. See, but when he says omniscient,
is God omniscient?
Is God omniscient that he knows the beginning and end? Yes. But he also allows for free will.
How does he allow for that? If he knows the beginning and end? How does he allow for that? At what point he would allow something he doesn't know? Fucking idiot.
You fucking retard. It's called compatibilism.
Compatibilism is bullshit. You think God didn't know Eve was going to eat the fruit when he created it? He was just shocked.
Did you hear it? Did you fucking hear it?
But did you hear earlier we said
he created her knowing she would eat the fruit. How was she free to do anything else?
There you go. Ready to get in there, Mike.
Explain it to me.
Yeah.
Explain it to me.
You heard it?
Say omniscient.
I have to say it like Roger. Omniscient.
Oh, no. You don't have to say it like Roger. You automatically...
I am Roger.
It's called your cadence and your speech pattern. It's called your tonality.
Roger.
Yes, we agree. And now you're trying to pretend not to be Roger.
So if God knows everything that there is to know...
When he gets going, Mike,
is God omnipotent?
But he doesn't realize it.
Is God omnipotent?
Yeah. God is omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, all of those things.
He's all those things, but yet Eve, when he took the rib from Adam,
God allows for free will and volition, but he knows what's
that's impossible. That's a direct contradiction.
Compatibilism.
Nope, it's a direct. No, that's
only a contradiction. Oh, hold on, you fucking retard. It's only a contradiction if you don't believe in a theistic being or a theistic worldview.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, man, come back to life. That's impossible. Well, under a theistic fucking worldview, it is.
I'm talking about Eve.
It is possible under a theistic worldview.
How was Eve?
Fucking retard. It's called compatibilism.
Let me ask you a question.
You have Arminianism?
Nope.
Calvinism? And then you have compatibilism.
Holy shit, it is.
Yeah, I'm Roger.
Compatibilism means that God knows everything that's going to happen, but we also have free will and volition.
That's a contradiction.
That's a contradiction. No, it is a contradiction in an atheistic worldview, you fucking retard.
God knows.
God knows.
Keep telling yourself
A theistic being comes into the picture, then it is anything is possible. You fucking retard.
Okay, Rich, hold on. I want to hear the question that he's trying to ask you.
No, he's fucking stupid.
Please calm down for 1 second. Please. I beg you. Okay. Thank you. One mic on Joe or Roger. Whoever you are, sir.
Please call me Roger.
Okay, Roger.
Yeah, he fucking got us. I don't know if I'm supposed to be upset.
Go ahead, sir.
It's very simple.
Because you gotta give respect to the craft, right? Like, you committed to this, you gotta give respect to the comedic.
That's just trolling.
So I know, but like, yeah, like, fuck, man. Well done, sir. Well done.
That'll do, Dick. That'll do.
Yeah, so I can't even really be upset about it.
No, I'm not upset about it either.
This is trolling. I love trolling.
I'm not trolling. It is impossible.
Ugh. I'm not trolling at all.
Why is the rough,
Here's my question. If God is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, then at the point he took the rib from Adam and created Eve, he not only knew she would eat the fruit, he was present when she ate the fruit, and he was powerful enough to create her not to eat the fruit. How was she able to do anything else? How was she free to not eat the fruit?
Yeah, simply the ideal in a theistic world belief under Judeo-Christian theory, or the ideal is that free will and volition exists, and that God also knows the beginning and the end. It would be no different than you recording a fucking football game, and then you find out what the shut the fuck up, Roger, and then you find out what the fucking ending fucking score was, and then you come home and watch it on DVR, and you're like, I already know what's going to happen, I already know who's gonna win, but I'm still gonna fucking watch it. And even whilst I'm watching it, I'm not causing the fucking players to run around on the field and draw back and fucking throw the football 30 yards down and allow for the fucking receiver to catch and run into the end zone.
Here's why that's so fucking dumb. Wait, my turn.
No, did you hear it again?
Here's why that's so fucking stupid, because you are equating God to a video. Nope. You really don't understand what omniscience means. You think it's the same as you recording something and knowing it's going to happen?
No, I'm trying to put it in simple.
And you're also not omniscient.
You're a layman like yourself, an uneducated, fucking dumb that doesn't fucking understand anything.
When you watch the video, are you omnipresent? Are you omnipresent when you watch the video? No. Are you omnipotent when you watch that video? No. It's a false fucking analogy, and none of you theists ever understand this.
Do you understand the theory of relativity, you fucking retard? Do you understand where Einstein talks about?
I understand that they don't apply to God.
Do you understand where Einstein said that if you were riding on a train, if you're riding on a train and it appears as if everything slows down, and if you were actually reading a recording, if you were actually reading the speed of light at 300,000 meters per second, because of your position traveling at the speed of light, it would appear as if everything is motion.
I'm not God.
Silent.
I'm not God.
Fucking retard. It would appear that the stars.
Is God's perception the same as mine? Is God's perception the same as mine, you fucking idiot? Is God's perception the same as yours? God is omnipresent. So what does the speed of light matter?
Say you were wanting to talk to this retard, because this retard doesn't know anything. He doesn't know.
Roger doesn't know shit.
He doesn't know that Pennsylvania v. Mims gives the lawful authority for an officer during a traffic stop.
Because I recorded a football game. Because I recorded a football game. I can explain omniscience.
One mic, gentlemen, please. Alan, go ahead, Alan.
Fuck Roger.
Well, actually, I don't want to get into their dispute, but I'll just say for me, and the video is on YouTube. You can see the debate between Christopher Hitchens and his brother Peter talking about, Christopher was a famous atheist. Peter was a, I forget if he was a Catholic or not. And, it's a really interesting debate because they're both brothers on two, completely disparate sides of the argument. And Christopher Hitchens ends with this statement, and it's a good one. He says, I see no reason why I should believe in humans' first feeble attempt to explain the universe or religion or the presence of some deity. And I agree. Personally, I think, I'm kind of interested in what our A version of that will be. And I understand that our understanding, because we have puny little human brains, that our understanding understanding of the universe will be evolving over time, but that it'll always be limited by our brains until we become smarter. But up until that point, I also understand that as knowledge evolves, there was always that there is truth in even those first and limited understandings. And a lot of these conversations, especially with academics, get very tedious because they get so specific about what does this term mean and what did you mean by that, and it ends up just being pedantic and boring because it never approaches the truth. So yeah, keep arguing, I don't care.
Yeah, Roger's gone. Hey, Alan, I got a question for you, Alan. Alan, wasn't Hitchens known for like cursing God?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what did he end up dying from?
Oh, throat cancer.
God is a comedian.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is that if you watch the Four Horsemen, so it's Hitchens, Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, and I forget the fourth person, and
Daniel Dennett.
Oh, thank you. And the question, and it's always interesting. It's like, well, why does human? I forget as I've watched it, I formed a question in my mind, and I forgot the way I framed it then, but it was like, why could three people? What was most notable about that whole video is the fact that Christopher Hitchens was chain smoking the entire time, and why his three friends didn't tell him to stop smoking, when clearly in his superior intellect he knew it was damaging his health.
So now I gotta.
You got from that?
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Roger. Nobody cares. Yeah. We got all that. Yeah, all that. Dude, so now, you know why a person takes a deistic worldview stance? Because you're telling because then theists and atheists. Because theists and atheists cannot fucking argue against it if you just say you're a spiritualist and you believe there's some kind of being that may have created all this, but doesn't interact with his own creation. So you just say you're a deist. If you ever go to the atheist, if you ever go into the atheist room now and you want to fuck with the atheist, you just tell him you're spiritual and then you believe that there's some type of being that created all this. But he doesn't interact. He doesn't interact with his creation. You don't believe in any type of like religious doctrine or anything like that. And then the atheist will just melt down. All day in Mars room will start screaming and crying about you have to take a fucking position. You have to tell us what book and what God you believe in.
They demolish you every time.
Why are you not an atheist?
Why are you acting like you've ever done anything in an atheist room? You haven't. Why are you acting like that? Why are you lying?
Why are you trying to psychoanalyze?
Because you've been caught 3 times just trying to be larger on this stage than you really are.
What do you mean by saying that a person takes a deistic worldview?
No, by like, if you go into an atheist room, I tell you, if you come with me into an atheist room, they'll bow down.
Cannot attack the position.
Let's do it here.
It's like cornering yourself back in the corner and saying, you can't get to me.
You tried to corner me into a position as an atheist. Let's do it.
No, I didn't. I never tried to corner you into a position.
You can do it. If you can do it in an atheist room, you can do it to me right now. Do it to me right now.
People like Roger, Mojo,
do it to Roger.
Take the position.
I don't give a fuck about it in the rooms. Do it right now.
Take the position of a deist.
I don't know
no
what
one
you're
can
saying.
attack them.
You can do it.
It's so different than the person who comes in and says, "Oh, I'm just spiritual."
Prove it.
When they say they're spiritual, people just crash.
I'm spiritual too.
Especially like the radical atheists, because the radical atheists love to attack it.
I'm a spiritual atheist, and I can explain that. Do you want to do it now in front of this audience? Do you want to actually?
No, that wasn't my argument.
Oh, you don't.
Straw manning what I was fucking saying, you fucking retard.
How
stage. Tom, would you like to add to this?
Hey, Tom, I'm Roger.
Hey, what's up, Roger? Tom, what's good?
What's up, Doug?
What's good, my boy? Hey, who's the atheist?
Oh, Joe's atheist who LARPs as atheist.
Bro, I believe in God, bro. I feel like God is something we should believe in. In the Bible, hey, in the Bible it says, no man should trust other men. So you gotta trust something that's like, far larger than the human itself. And that's God.
But how do you do that with a man brain? Because if you trust anything, you're using a man brain, therefore you are a man. Any idea you could have that is you think is a higher power, it is still subjective to your brain. Therefore it's man. And that's why I don't trust religious men. And I'm an atheist.
Alright, so what do you believe in?
I believe when we die, it's lights out.
Well, I believe when we die, we climb up the stairs of heaven, you know what I'm saying? And we go up and we see God himself. We see Jesus, open arms, ready to hug us, you know what I'm saying?
Does that make sense though? Do you think it makes sense that you could live in an eternity of bliss? After a while, eternity is not time. It is better. I wish it were true. I actually wish I could believe it. I just can't.
True, though.
How do you know it's true?
It's about your mindset, bro. It's like, if you look at the monks, right?
If it's about your mind, then it's a delusion.
No, it's not delusion. Because, look, if you look at the monks, right? Why do they climb up these mountains just to go and sit down, be silent for like, eternity?
Why do we work? That's just what they do, right? Why do we work 9 to 5? Why do Inuits constantly try to kill whales and get their oil? Why does anybody do anything? Because of belief. For me, it doesn't mean the belief is real.
Yeah, I feel like the reason we work 9 to 5 is that we are enslaved in this system that the government has set up for us, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to set boundaries for the humans, because they know that, if we know something, then they're not going to control us anymore, you know what I'm saying? They're going to have no powers at all.
But that's kind of rude because there's some people who are Christians, right? They're devout Christians who their 9 to 5 is their piety. They think that if they work their 9 to 5 in support for their family, they are doing exactly what the monk is doing when they go up and meditate in the mountains. Those people think they are doing the same thing. That's exactly why I think belief is just a subjective human trait.
Yeah, but if you find virtue in what you're doing, then you are,
which I do.
Yeah, you are contributing to the God's work.
But I find virtue in what I'm doing without any gods.
Yeah, but if you don't believe in God, look, if you look at the Buddhists, right, if you look at Filipinos, if you look at the Thais, the Vietnamese, they're happy. Even though they are rice farmers, but they are happy. Because why? Because they believe in something that, if they do good, that's why they're so respectful. I went to Hanoi, way back, and they treated me like a king. I feel like those people are like what humans should be. How humans
Well, if you came to my house, I would do the same. Like, I'm a very happy man. Right now, I'm laying down with my dog. I have my kids sleeping peacefully. I have a cup full of bliss every day. I just don't believe gods exist. That's the only difference.
Okay, so it's Sunday night. Yeah, but I feel like, bro, if you look at the Western world, right, we are pretty miserable. Yeah, we got money. Yeah, we're rich. We're living life. But are we really living life? Or we're just reacting to it? Those people in the third world countries, they're like, bro, let me tell you, they're like humans way back, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't agree.
They're civilized.
agree. Like, they're actually, when you look at them through not what you observe, but over swaths of their population, they're actually suffering with lack of pure drinking water and resources, and a grind that is worse than being in America doing a 9 to 5. They have to go fish for 18 hours, or they have to go toil twine for a bunch of time just to make something that works for their family. So you can't tell me that someone in a third world country has more. Like, it's all relative. It's all relative. Humans are a subjective species of mammalian groups. God doesn't change any of that. It's just the claim to God that changed that. And you can ask anybody, oh, you, this group who's super rich, this family's been rich for decades. Are you religious? Oh yeah, God gave us all this. At the same time, you can ask a group of Ku Klux Klan members, are you successful? Yeah, we have way less, but yeah, God gave us this. And it's the same fucking God. It's Christian and Christian. How can it be possible that Christianity is the same for the Ku Klux Klan as it is for a wealthy African family? You'll never convince me. I don't need it. I don't believe in it. There's no evidence for it, and I live a blissful life. I'm only in here tonight because I got some drink in me, I got some weed in me, and I'm chilling. And I got hot pockets.
Yeah, I got you, Roger. Like, I'm a fellow smoker too, you know what I'm saying? I like to smoke that OG Kush and shit. But
what's your descent? Your ethnicity.
My daddy black.
Yeah, so how can it be, are you Christian?
Of course.
So how can you be the religion of your enslavers and not a shaman?
That's not true, yeah. That's not true.
Well, the Bible existed prior
The
to
triangle
colonizers.
slaves, careful, children, careful. The triangle slave
Careful, children.
is a Christian venture. The triangle slave, the Africa was not Christian. Africa was not Christian before the 1600s. Africa was shamanism, Anunnaki, other deities. How did Africa get Christianity? When did Africa get Christianity?
Let's see, when the fucking first Christians went to fucking West Africa, you fucking retard. Like, how did the fucking Iberian Peninsula, how did the fucking Moors hear about Christianity? How did they have historical and archaeological evidence that there was Christianity prior to the colonizers arriving? You fucking retard. Roger dumb. Like, you don't know that you cop could force you out of the car. You don't know that fucking Christianity was in West Africa prior to colonization. Like, you just don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
No, you don't know that there was Jews in the Iberian Peninsula at the time of Christ. You fucking idiot. They're called Sephardim. They were literally there. The same Jews that made fucking pilgrimage back to fucking Jerusalem every fucking year.
If you want to get your name, phone number, and address off the internet, but want to handle the removals yourself, Opter is free opt-out.
The last time there was a meeting this highly anticipated between the leaders of the United States and Russia, President Trump set off an earthquake with what he said as he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Russian president after they had emerged from hours behind closed.
And you know, like, yeah, I'm sure you had a conversation with him in private. No, and I don't need to, like, that's something you should. No, just take like you keep it like.
Things come and go effortlessly.
Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example, and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight. Firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her, because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your three treasures and become an enemy yourself. When two great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching, so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe. And though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart. Because he has given up helping, he is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. Tao Te Ching can be translated as the book of the imminence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, what is the meaning of life? But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally, doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus, the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the master, since the master is, essentially, us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have, ironically, done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Karas's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it. until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response, out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao De Jing. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess, acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Six. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing. Having without possessing. Acting with no expectations. Leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value, avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. "23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. "27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men. He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. "34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. $37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. $39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy. The earth becomes depleted. The equilibrium crumbles. Creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. "41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, You will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind, no resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. "52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. "56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. '60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words, Respect can be won with good deeds, but the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. The giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The Master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the Master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart, because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. Tao Te Ching can be translated as the book of the imminence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, what is the meaning of life? But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus, the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the master, since the master is, essentially, us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have, ironically, done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I work from Paul Karas's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao De Jing. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess, acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden, but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. Five. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy.